It's Monday, May 14th. It's a new day, everyone. I'm Claire Saldran.
That's right. Good morning. I'm Andre Felix, and the three of us will keep you company until 7:30.
Hello and welcome. I'm Christine Jacobson.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning
Happy
again.
Monday.
That's
Yes,
right.
and
Yeah.
belated happy Mother's Day to
Belated
all
happy
the
Mother's
moms
Day
out
to
there.
both
Yeah,
of you.
thank you.
Yes, it was a busy weekend, and it's going to be a busy week this week. Today is a holiday because of the Barangay and SK elections happening. And we've got Rex Remitio and our AC Nichols, who will be reporting live later for a check at the polls.
Okay, so it's a holiday because of that.
Again, stick around until 7:30 for these stories and more. Meantime, here are the morning's headlines.
The Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections finally pushed through today after 2 postponements.
Millions of voters head to polling stations today to choose their Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan officials. These elections have been postponed twice, the last one in connection with President Duterte's war on drugs. The president was worried that incumbent barangay officials with links to drug syndicates would use money from the illegal trade to get themselves re-elected. The barangay elections were last held in October 2013. More than 57 million voters are expected to cast their ballots today. Over 1 million candidates nationwide are running for more than 600,000 positions in 42,000 barangays. And we go to our correspondent Rex Remitio. He is at the Rosauro Almario Elementary School in Tondo, Manila, joining us live. Rex, what's the situation there so far?
Yes, good morning, Claire. We're here at the Rosauro Almario Elementary School in Tondo, the biggest polling center in Manila. There are about 50,000 registered voters here. 37,000 of them are adult voters. And they will come from 17 barangays and will vote in 251 precincts. Now you can see also right behind me are the police that were already lined up to protect the voters. Also, the Board of Election Tellers have already arrived to prepare for the voting process. They will first get their their ballot boxes from the covered court and placing them in their classroom precincts. Then they will then put up their election paraphernalia, such as the voters list, voters guidelines, among others. Then at 7 a.m., they will open the ballots and show them to the poll watchers of the candidates. After showing what's inside the ballot boxes, the Board of Election Tellers will close these, and that's when the voting starts. Now, voters are advised to come here as early as they can to avoid the hassle. The precincts will close at exactly 3 in the afternoon, although voters that were already lined up will be given a chance to participate in the voting process. Claire.
That was Rex Remitio reporting from the Rosauro Almario Elementary School in Tondo, Manila. And we're back. Thank you for joining us. Again, our top story, the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections happening today. The Commission on Elections gives some last-minute reminders in a briefing this morning. Our AC Nichols is at the COMELEC Command Center in Manila. AC, what can you tell us?
Claire, passion and patience. That is what voters should bring today when they go to their polling precincts for the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. Commission on Elections or COMELEC spokesman James Jimenez made that reminder early today. He said this is really the only requirement for voters considering the hot weather and the possible crowding in the polling precincts. Again, voters are not required to bring anything since poll officers will provide ball pens. Even IDs are not required since polling officers will just check their names on the list of voters. Although if a voter's identity is challenged for any reason, COMELEC says any valid ID will do, such as any government-issued ID and recent school or company ID. Now, on reports of lost names on the voters' lists, the poll body explains those who failed to vote in the past 2 elections have been delisted. There is also the no bio, no boto policy, meaning those who fail to register their biometric data will not be allowed to vote today. Now, moving on to other last-minute changes, the COMELEC last night issued a resolution allowing the election board chairperson to vote. The poll clerk will take over the duties of the chairperson until he or she returns. So far, it's all systems go for the barangay and SK elections. The only so-called showstoppers at this point is if supplies are not delivered at a polling precinct. Claire?
AC, can you give us an update in reports called in to the COMELEC hotline? What kind of information is coming in at this point?
Well, most of the reports coming in are about vote buying, but there will be no automatic disqualifications. These reports are referred to local authorities for verification. The COMELEC urges citizens to continue reporting on vote buying and other irregularities so poll officers can have these validated and carry out sanctions later on. Back to you.
That was AC Nichols reporting from the COMELEC Command Center in Manila.
So this is like all day. It starts at 7 a.m. till about 3.
Yes, busy day for the COMELEC, and again, that's 57 million voters going to the precincts today.
And no IDs
No ID.
required. That was quite shocking.
Yeah, two interesting things. The COMELEC reminded people to remember passion
and
patience,
Patience.
which is quite interesting. And then the no ID, required.
So you can
Although
just
their
go there.
names are on the list.
That's right. As long as your name's on the list, I mean, you're good to go. No need to bring anything. They'll provide your ball pens or pencils and stuff.
Although if
I
they
think there's
haven't
a
voted
biometric.
within the last two voting, then they are delisted.
Yes.
So also make sure, right, that you are on the list.
Yeah, I think there's also, I'm not sure about the biometric scan, because she said, AC did say, no bio, no boto. So, you know, the biometric details of the voter.
Yes.
Again, just a few reminders to vote wisely, and like what you said, passion and patience.
It's going to be a hot day. Stay hydrated in some of the precincts, right?
Yeah,
That's a good one. Good morning and welcome back. I'm Claire Sildran. Our top stories: millions of voters head to polling stations today to choose their Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan officials. These elections have been postponed twice, the last one in connection with President Duterte's war on drugs. The president was worried that incumbent barangay officials with links to drug syndicates would use money from the illegal drug trade to get themselves re-elected. The barangay elections were last held in October 2013. More than 57 million voters are expected to cast their ballots today. Over 1 million candidates nationwide are running for more than 600,000 positions in 42,000 barangays.
And welcome back to New Day. Voters are heading to the polls for the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections today. The National Police sets up its security ahead of the polls by deploying thousands of personnel to secure vote centers. Our Makoy Papioko looks into these preparations.
Grade 4 teacher Francisco Murillo is cradling this yellow ballot box like a delicate baby. Murillo is among the poll workers tasked to facilitate in the voting exercise on Monday. A day before the vote centers open, his work has already started.
Ito nga, inaalam namin yung mga dapat gagawin. So para bukas ng umaga ay hindi na kami magagahol kung ano mga dapat gawin.
Teacher Annabel Ferranco kicks off her preparations by setting up her classroom.
Nag-prepare po kami kayo ng room, inayos namin yung sitting arrangement, yung table, mga material na gagamitin namin para bukas. Tapos nag-fill up kami yung para sa cash card.
Both Murillo and Ferranco will facilitate in the polls at Padre Zamora Elementary School, where over 30,000 residents from 24 barangays are expected to cast their votes. Due to the limited space, each classroom is divided into 2 poll precincts. Only 20 people can vote at the same time. The school located in Barangay 97, Pasay City is on the PNP watch list because of its history of vote buying and heated rivalry among local candidates. At least 7 policemen patrolled the vote center on Sunday. They are tasked to secure the area through the night.
Yes, overnight. Una, because mamayang 12 o'clock, yung mga election paraphernalias will already be moved to the polling centers from the election registrar's office. So, meron na tayong mga nakasecure doon sa lugar na yun. Yung delivery ng ballot boxes, election returns, and other documents related to election should be guarded by the policemen.
Bulacau says the PNP is prepared to keep the village and Sangguniang Kabataan polls as peaceful and orderly as possible. He adds over 160,000 policemen have been deployed around the country. Makoy Popioko, CNN Philippines.
You're back with us on CNN Philippines. I'm Claire Saldran.
Good morning again. I'm Andre Felix.
And this is New Day on CNN Philippines, where the news comes first. I'm Christine Jacobs-Sandejas.
And speaking of news, a lot more in the next half hour. Plus, we have a guest as well. Again, today is a holiday. It's the Barangay and SK elections, Sangguniang Kabataan. And of course, this is highly anticipated. The last one we had was back in 2013, and the COMELEC is prepared. Later, we are going to hear from them. Plus, we have reporters also in the polls in the precincts to give us an update on what is going on there. Millions of voters head to polling stations today to choose their Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan officials. These elections have been postponed twice, the last one in connection with President Duterte's war on drugs. The president was worried that incumbent barangay officials with links to drug syndicates would use money from the illegal trade to get themselves re-elected. The barangay elections were last held in October 2013. More than 57 million voters are expected to cast their ballots today. Over 1 million candidates nationwide are running for more than 600,000 positions in 42,000 barangays. Voters are now starting to line up at the Rosario Almario Elementary School in the biggest polling precinct in Manila. Our Rex Ramito is there joining us live. Rex, what is the situation there so far?
Good morning, Claire. As you can see, right behind me are the voters and poll watchers starting to go here at the Rosario Almario Elementary School in Tondo. This is the biggest polling center in Manila with 50,000 voters. 37,000 of them are adults, while the rest are SK voters. They're coming from 17 barangays and they will vote in 251 precincts. Now, let's go inside to check the situation. As you can see, it's getting crowded by the minute. They're coming only wearing their shorts and slippers. They don't want to sweat buckets while lining up, especially now that it's summertime. They're now looking for their respective polling precincts and line up as soon as they can. They want to avoid the hassle of waiting in long lines for hours, just like in previous elections. They're coming from all ages and walks of life. Some of them are senior citizens who are braving the stress of going to the polling center. Although, as of now, we have yet to see a designated lane for senior citizens and persons with disabilities. This is necessary, especially when they go to the upper floors to vote. Now, these elections, it's not enough to vote wisely. You also have to vote properly. There are two kinds of ballots that will be used in these elections. One for the barangay and another for Sangguniang Kabataan or SK. If you're 15 to 17 years old, you can only fill out the SK ballot. If you're 18 to 30 years old, you will use both the SK and barangay ballots. And if you're 31 years old and above, you can only have the barangay ballot. Be reminded that the date written on the ballots for Luzon and the Visayas is October 23, 2017 and May 14, 2018 for Mindanao. You do not need to change the dates. And when voting, you will use red ink for SK and black for barangay. There are 8 blanks on both ballots, 1 for the chairperson and 7 for kagawads. write only the names of candidates you're voting for. Your votes will still be counted even if you wrote less than 8 names. And you have to write the name of the candidate as it appears on the official list of candidates. Now, let's talk to some of them regarding their experience in lining up as early as now. Ate, magandang umaga. No? Kamusta naman yung experience nyo sa ngayon?
Okay lang naman. Masaya, walang gulo na lang mangyayari. Yun, okay lang.
Bakit pinili nyo na pumunta ngayong ganito kaaga?
Para, kasi disabled yung asawa ko, para hindi siya mahirapan. Oh.
So anong ginawa nyong adjustments para hindi siya mahirapan sa pagboto, lalo na isa siyang person with disability?
Doon lang siya sa kanto. Kukunin ko na lang yung present number niya. Kaya may dala akong ID para doon na lang siya boboto sa sa labas.
Meron daw bang dinesignate sa kanilang lane, para special lane kumbaga, para makaboto sila?
Meron. Kasi pagpasok pa lang namin, sinabi na, disabled yan, dito yan. Ginano na kagad kami.
Sige, maraming salamat po, madam, no?
Thank you. Salamat.
Okay, now let's check the situation inside the precinct. As you can see, the Board of Election Tellers, these are volunteer teachers. They're now showing the contents of the ballot to the poll watchers and voters. And after showing that, they have to close it, and that's when the voting starts. And of course, always be reminded that you're not allowed to take a picture or a selfie while you're voting, and you always have to make sure that your ballot is clean. And also be reminded that don't hesitate to report those who are trying to buy votes, or those who are showing fake list of voters here at the Rosario Almario Elementary School in Manila. Claire.
Thank you, Rex. That was Rex Remito reporting from the Rosario Almario Elementary School in Tondo, Manila. And we now go to the COMELEC Command Center for a media briefing. Let's listen in.
Offense. No, but right now, that's where it's at. And kaya ako siya kinikwento kasi isa siyang ehemplo ng paraan para ma-address itong ganitong mga balita. Right now kasi, kung mapapansin ninyo, palaging ang report ay may balitang magkakabilihan ng boto, or may balitang ganito, may balitang ganyan. But always, medyo nasa short tayo to actionable information. No? Ito yung paraan para maging actionable yung information, para may magawa tayong konkreto. But in any case, alas 7 na, nagbobotohan na tayo sa maraming lugar sa Pilipinas. Yung mga commissioner natin, yung iba, bumoboto na rin. So, let's give the monitoring system time to collate the reports, and we'll get back to you maybe in less than half an hour. Okay? So for now, yun muna. NCR, open po ang mga presinto. Thank you.
And again, that was a COMELEC spokesperson, James Jimenez, holding a media briefing that was live today. Again, the COMELEC just had a media briefing, and we just heard from him about the vote buying, that the focus should probably be geared away from vote buying, and that they are planning an organized election for today.
That's right. And enjoy the elections and vote wisely.
Be
That's
safe.
it for us this Monday. Yeah. Thanks so much for watching. I'm Christine Jacobson.
And New Day's back tomorrow, 6 on the dot. I'm Andre Felix.
And I'm Claire Saldran. Enjoy your morning and have a great day.
This is breaking news on CNN Philippines. I'm Pinky Webb. Millions of voters will choose today their barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan officials today. These elections have been postponed twice, the last one in connection with President Rodrigo Duterte's war on drugs. The president was worried that incumbent barangay officials with links to drug syndicates would use money from the illegal trade to get themselves re-elected. The barangay elections were last held October 2013. More than 57 million voters are expected to cast their ballots today. Over 1 million candidates nationwide are running for more than 600,000 positions in 42,000 barangays. Let's now speak to COMELEC spokesperson James Jimenez. Sir, good morning to you and thank you for this interview, sir.
Good morning, Ma'am Pinky, and thank you for having me.
All right, Attorney, can you give us an overview on what to expect today in today's Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections?
Well, today, as you mentioned, we have millions of people trooping to the polls. I would like to mention specifically that about 20 million voters will comprise the Sangguniang Kabataan voters. And these are the young voters who are aged 15 to 30 years old. So that's a very big chunk of the electorate today, and they are very young, and they are going to be putting into action the new Sangguniang Kabataan Reform Act. This is very critical because it also gives us the opportunity to field test the first anti-dynasty provision in Philippine history. So overall, this election, apart from giving us a new set of barangay officials, is really momentous.
And this comes, Attorney James, 5 years since the last Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections.
That's right. We've had 2 postponements in as many years, and SK elections have been postponed for a bit longer than that. And so now we're seeing that people are still actually very interested in participating in this electoral exercise.
So we were giving a number, Attorney James, of about, let's look at 57 million voters. And it's very interesting what you said, that about 20 million of those are aged 15 to 30 years old. As we know, even in national elections, candidates have been focusing their attention on the younger generation because of this number that you had raised, sir. But the kind of reception and the participation that these younger generation voters, how are they so far, sir?
Well, they're very participative, and a lot of them are very excited to actually join the elections. Perhaps not as candidates in all cases, but certainly in terms of political activation, in terms of motivation, I think it's all there. And it's very interesting to see that the SK is providing a very critical channel, I think, for the expression of this idealism of the youth. However, this doesn't mean that only the youth are excited. Even adult voters or voters outside the SK, they're also very much into this. Over the past few days, we've been monitoring the campaigns, and the campaigns have been as lively as ever.
And of course, when you talk about barangay elections, Attorney James, that's very, very important, especially, well, you know, doon sa grassroots level, because these are the elected officials na pwede talagang lapitan ng mga tao. That's very common among us Filipinos na humingi ng tulong sa mga members ng barangay, Attorney.
Tama po, and that's exactly what we call the barangay officials. They're the front line of the government. They're the first touch of the public with the government. So it's very important that they are people that the barangay members know personally and choose personally.
Attorney, can you tell us so far how the elections, the voting rather, is proceeding?
Yes, for the most part, throughout the Philippines, we've had polling places opening on time. There have been a few with some issues, but those are being sorted out now. And so far, we have not had any areas where we declared a failure of elections. So, despite some delays in some areas, our contingency measures are well in place. in particular, the contingency measure that says that if you're delayed in opening the polls, then you can tack on an additional number of hours corresponding to the delay up front. So if you say instead of starting at 7 a.m. as you normally should, you start at 8, then you close the polls at 4 because you're tacking on the time that you lost up front to the end of the day. Voting hours are 7 to 3, and so that's the basis of our adjustment.
Attorney James, what's the reason for some of the delays that you mentioned?
In some cases, we've had instances where watchers showed up and without the proper identification, and because they had to be sorted out, voting could not proceed. In some places, we've had members of the Electoral Board coming to work late. So these are the small, annoyances, I think you could call them, that prevented the whole thing from proceeding smoothly. But so far, we've been handling most of them, and it looks like we're on track for good elections this day.
What are the most common problems experienced so far, sir?
The most common complaint that we've been receiving here at the command center really has been about people not being able to find their names on the lists.
Yes.
A lot of people apparently were thinking that they would be on the list. Turns out that they weren't. So those complaints we've been referring to the action desks at the polling places. At the polling places, we have Citizens Arms who have the list of voters who are able to help verify the status of the public when they come to find their precincts. So hopefully at the end of the day we'll be able to break down those complaints because right now really the majority of the ones that we are receiving turned out to have been deactivated a while back. So we have to validate all of those complaints. But that is by far the most numerous number of complaints that we've gotten.
Yeah, really looking for their names where they went to vote last. That was also a problem. In fact, that's a problem I experienced during the last elections. But
yes.
Be that as it may, sir. Hotspots. How many hotspots are there, sir? Election hotspots?
Right. The number of hotspots has hovered around the 7,000 mark, but it goes up, it goes down, depending on the situation on the ground. As of right now, again, like I said, it's hovering around the 7,000 mark. But the good thing is that they are hotspots in the sense that we are paying close attention to them. But since we've augmented the presence of the police in those areas, it looks like the situation is being managed, and there has been no escalation of problems in those areas.
And Attorney James, the problems, the barangay or the areas that have had problems in the past, are they still the same problems now? The same areas that have the same issues and problems from the past?
Yes.
Hindi naman po nadagdagan at
Sadly,
hindi
yes.
nabawasan.
Yun nga ang problema, Ma'am Pinky. Hindi nga siya nadagdagan masyado, pero hindi rin siya nabawasan ng marami, no? So they've mostly remained as interest-worthy as they were before.
Areas of concern? Sila po yung areas
yes, ma'am.
of concern.
There's still areas of concern.
Sir, election-related violence?
Sila po yun, apo.
Yeah, meron ho ba kayong, is there anything you can share with us in terms of election-related violence, Attorney James?
Yes, as we approach Election Day, we've seen an increase in the number of violent incidents, but for the most part, we are validating whether or not they are election-related. However, we have seen a slight increase in the number of validated election-related violent incidents. Prior to today, we were around the 20s, low 20s. Now we're approaching the high 20s. But still, overall and historically speaking, that is relatively low.
Okay. Attorney, reports of vote buying.
Those we have a lot of. Unfortunately, vote buying remains one of the favorite pastimes of politicians. And thankfully, though, the citizenry, they're catching up. They're figuring out how to actually effectively report these vote buying activities, and we've had reports of successful stings, if you will, of vote buyers, particularly in the regions. So we're endeavoring to share those strategies with other regions so that people who encounter vote buying reports are able to respond more efficaciously to these reports.
And as a last question, Attorney James, any tips and reminders for the voters?
As always, and I'm sure this is still relevant because we still have several hours more voting to go, I would like to remind voters aged 18 to 30, please be careful with the ballots that you're using. In our tests in the run-up to the elections, we found that some voters have switched the ballots, writing down SK candidates in barangay ballots and vice versa. This will result in those votes being strayed, therefore not counted. So I am asking the voters to please be mindful of the ballots you're using. SK ballots are printed in red. Barangay ballots are printed in black. And make sure that when you write down the SK candidates, you are using the SK ballot.
Good reminder. Thanks a lot, Attorney James Jimenez, spokesperson of the COMELEC. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
And for those who are voting today, here are still some important reminders. Rex Remigio reports.
This elections, it's not enough to vote wisely. You also have to vote properly. There are two kinds of ballots that will be used this elections. One for the barangay and another for Sangguniang Kabataan or SK. If you're 15 to 17 years old, you can only fill out the SK ballot. If you're 18 to 30 years old, you will use both the SK and barangay ballots. And if you're 31 years old and above, you can only have the barangay ballot. Be reminded that the date written on the ballots for Luzon and the Visayas is October 23, 2017 and May 14, 2018 for Mindanao. Do not change the dates. When voting, you will use red ink for SK and black for barangay. There are 8 blanks on both ballots, 1 for the chairperson and 7 for kagawads. Write only the names of candidates you're voting for. Your votes will still be counted even if you wrote less than 8 names. Write the name of the candidate as it appears on the official list of candidates. Keep your ballot clean. Write legibly. Do not draw or make any unnecessary marks like emojis or hashtags on your ballot. Any extra markings will invalidate your ballot. Prepare a so-called código to avoid erasures. Dispose it properly. After voting, fold the ballot as you receive it. Do not detach the stub. Then hand over the ballot to the Board of Election Tellers. For more information, you may call the COMELEC hotline at 525-9294. You may also visit the COMELEC website at comelec.gov.ph or COMELEC's social media accounts flash on your screens. Rex Remigio, CNN Philippines.
And we'll be taking a short break. Keep it here on CNN Philippines. This is breaking news. I'm Pinky Webb. For those of you who've just tuned in, millions are expected to vote in today's Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. CNN Philippines is monitoring the elections. Let's now go to Manila's biggest polling center. Our Rex Remigio is there. Rex, how are things going?
Well, as you can see right behind me, huge crowds of voters are coming in from all walks of life. They've been here. Some of them are coming as early as before 7 in the morning. And they're just wearing shirts, shorts, and t-shirts as they don't want to sweat buckets while lining up. And voters are also reminded to come here as early as they can to avoid the hassle of lining up. And this huge crowd, as you can see, could be the reason why a voter a while ago fainted while lining up. She was immediately brought to a police car, which was then sent to a hospital, and we're still determining the identity of that person. And some voters here are also having a hard time looking for their respective precincts. The COMELEC says this is one of the main problems that happen during election day. That's why the COMELEC is advising voters to ask for their precinct numbers ahead of time by calling COMELEC hotlines. This is because the COMELEC has removed its online privacy or online precinct finder due to the restrictions set by the data privacy law. Meanwhile, some voters are senior citizens braving the stress of going to the polling center. Some of them are even in wheelchairs. But these challenges, however, are not stopping people from exercising their right to vote. And the COMELEC, meanwhile, is also encouraging voters to look for people who are trying to buy votes and tell it immediately to the Board of Election Tellers designated in their respective precincts. Pinky.
All right, Rex, just a little bit more information. I see a number of people there moving inside the polling precinct. Did that open at did that open at 7 a.m.? And did they say that they will also close at 3 p.m., knowing that it's one of the biggest voting centers in Manila?
Most of the Board of Election Tellers have arrived as early as 6 in the morning, and they already set up their election paraphernalia. Although the bulk of voters going here is really huge, that some precincts are having a hard time to process them. That's why when you go inside, it's really hard to move around, and the lines are quite long. On the closing, the precincts will close at exactly 3 in the afternoon. Although if you're at the 50-meter radius vicinity of this precinct, then you will still be allowed to vote. But literally, they will close the gates at exactly 3 in the afternoon. Also, we got some information that former Manila Mayor Alfredo Lim will vote here at 10 in the morning. Pinky.
All right, so again, that will close at 3 p.m., but for those who are within the 50-meter line, will still be allowed to vote in Manila. Rex, we'll get a little more update from you a little later on in the newscast. Thanks for that, Rex Remigio. All systems go for the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. PNP Chief Director General Oscar Albayalde says there should be 2 uniformed policemen in every polling center to ensure security. Here's a portion of Albayalde's press briefing on election security.
This is lower compared to the 2013 election of 109 victims and 57 incidents. So as of this time, we have 36. Compared to 2013, we have 57. So we still have 7 days dito. We still have 1 week. Kung hindi na madagdagan, hopefully hindi na madagdagan itong incidents natin, then it will remain as 36 incidents. Ang guidance ng ating Pangulo is to make it safe and clean. So yung safe, we're doing everything to make it as safe as possible. Yung clean, hindi natin alam kung these candidates or the supporters and local chief executives in the local municipalities can make it as clean as possible also.
We'll be taking a short break. Keep it here on CNN Philippines. We are on breaking news here on CNN Philippines. We go to our senior correspondent, Cecil Lardizabal, who's going around Quezon City. Let's find out the situation there, Cecil. Cecil? All right, Cecil Lardizabal is going around Quezon City to find out the latest there on the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. We'll get to Cecil a little later on in the newscast. Again, for those who just tuned in, we spoke to COMELEC chairperson, or spokesperson rather, Attorney James Jimenez, and he reminds everyone that the polling precinct had opened at 7 a.m. and will close at 3 p.m. All right, let's get more information from the command center. Our AC Nichols is there. AC.
mga kailangan ng hydration, mga ganyan, nandyan po yung ating mga kasamahan na tutulong sa kanila. So, yun lang po ang updates natin from the field right now. Yung ibang mga reports coming in from other sources, patuloy nating vini-verify. Nagtatawag kami sa ating mga resources natin dyan at the ground level, no? So hopefully we can give you more as the day progresses. Ulitin ko lang, we will have another press con at 12 noon kung saan uupo na dito yung ating mga commissioners. They can tell us their unique perspectives on this election day. All right? Are there any questions? Wala masyado? Thank you. The joke. Oh.
Sir, so far, anong turnout at this time?
Hindi kami pwede mag-report ng turnout, Ma'am Tina, kasi ayun yung tinatawag na premature reporting of outcomes. Question? Dahil wala pang report, so we can't say na walang problema. Doesn't mean may problema. Doesn't mean also na walang problema. It's just that we don't have data. Check.
So far, ano yung mga areas or provinces na meron ng mga reported incidents na binavalidate?
We have reports from Samar. We have concerns in some areas of we have some concerns in some areas in Mindanao. I lost the list that is given to me. We have some concerns in some areas in Mindanao, but again, for the most part, it seems like those are cell-related issues, no? So you have Samar, you have in Region 6, vote-buying incidents, and you have vote-buying incidents somewhere in Central Luzon as well.
Yung sinasabi mo na sa Samar and yung areas in Mindanao, ano ba all late nag-start? What kind of incident?
Yes, a lot of, there are several that have started late. No, they have started late. Again, katulad halimbawa nung nangyayari dito sa Muntinlupa, I believe it is, yung mga watchers pinalabas kasi walang identification. So that had an impact on the start of the voting, no? In one place naman, late dumating yung electoral board. That was in NCR as well. No? So yun yung so far medyo benign ang na-monitor nating mga problema. Yes, ma'am.
How many barangays are casting their vote in streets and where?
In streets, I only know one place where the voting is proceeding on the national road, no? But it is, I have to
All right, COMELEC spokesperson James Jimenez there. We spoke to him a little while back. He's saying again, polls open at 7 a.m. They will close at 3 p.m. Also, very important is that with the millions of voters, the spokesperson was telling us that about 20 million of the voters are age 15 to 30 years old. He did not give any voter turnout as of yet. However, he did say that at 12 noon, there will be another press briefing together with the members of the COMELEC, and we will bring that to you a little later on. Keep it here on CNN Philippines. We'll be giving you updates on today's elections throughout the day. I'm Pinky Webb. Thank you for watching. The Source is up next.
Magandang umaga, ako si Ruth Cabal. Hatid namin ang mga balitang mahalaga sa inyo. Bahagi kayo ng talakayan dito sa Newsroom ngayon. Botohan sa halalan ng mga opisyal ng Barangay at Sangguniang Kabataan umarangkada na. Sa ating serbisyo ngayon, kausapin natin ang Citizens Arm na NAMFREL sa mahalagang tungkulin nito. At sa issue ngayon, para sa inyo, bakit kailangang makibahagi sa Barangay at Sangguniang Kabataan elections? Matapos maudlot ng 2 beses at makailang ulit na tangkang pagpapaliban, tuloy na rin sa wakas ang Barangay at Sangguniang Kabataan elections ngayong araw. Mahigit 1 milyong kandidato ang tumatakbo habang higit 57 milyong botante naman ang inaasahan. Bukas ang mga polling center mula kaninang alas 7 ng umaga hanggang alas 3 mamayang hapon, bagamat papayagan pa rin bumoto ang mga nakapila bago ang tinalagang cut-off na oras. Mahigpit na binabantayan ng mga otoridad ang mga tinatawag na election hotspot. Halos 600 lugar sa buong bansa ang tinuturing na critical areas dahil sa karaniwang karahasan na iniuulat sa mga nasabing lugar tuwing panahon ng eleksyon. Bago pa naman magbukas ang botohan, dagsa ng mga tao sa pinakamalaking polling center sa Maynila. Nasa Rosauro Elementary School sa Tondo ang ating correspondent na si Rex Remitio. Rex, kamusta ang sitwasyon dyan ngayon?
Tama ka dyan, Ruth, no? Dahil nga ito yung pinakamalaking polling center sa Maynila, ay kung makikita mo naman sa aking likuran, hanggang doon yung dagsa ng mga tao na nais lamang makaboto dito sa Rosauro Almario Elementary School sa Maynila. Sa kabila ng init at haba ng pila, tinitiis nila ito upang makaboto lamang dun sa nais nilang kandidato na maaaring makapagbabago sa kanilang buhay. Ang karamihan sa kanila, nakasuot lamang ng t-shirt, shorts at tsinelas, ngunit hindi nila ito iniinda. Ang mahalaga naman daw mailagay nila sa balota yung kanilang napupusuang kandidato. Kanina may mga challenges rin na na-encounter yung ating mga botante, gaya na lamang ng pahirapan ng paghahanap ng kanilang presinto, kung kaya't pinapayuhan nga ng COMELEC na sanay bago pa sila pumunta sa kanilang polling center, tumawag na sa mga hotline ng COMELEC upang malaman yung kanilang presinto. Lalo na wala naman daw online precinct finder ngayon dahil nga sa data privacy law, kung kaya't magandang itawag na ito. At syempre yung ating mga senior citizen rin na bumoboto, nahirapan din sa proseso dahil nga tila walang lane dito para sa mga persons with disabilities. Ang ginawa naman ng administrasyon itong eskwelahan, ibinaba na lang nila yung listahan ng mga voters na PWD at senior citizens upang sa babang classroom sila makaboto. Kanina rin, dahil nga sa haba ng mga pila, lalo na pagdating sa loob, talagang halos hindi mahulugang karayom, no? Merong isang babae na nahimatay kung saan sinakay nga siya sa isang police mobile at dinala sa ospital. Pinapayuhan yung ating mga botante na kapag may nakitang nagbebenta ng boto sa labas man o sa loob ng presinto, iulat ito maaaring dun sa COMELEC hotlines o di kaya sa mga Board of Election Tellers na nasa mga presinto. Gayon na rin yung mga nagpapakita ng mga fake voters list at sinasabing hindi ka nakalista doon. Ngunit ang paraan lamang ito, isa lamang daw itong modus operandi upang hindi ka na makaboto. So yan yung mga kailangan nating bantayan kapag tayo'y boboto. Ruth.
Rex, makibalita lang ako, may mga nakita ka ba dyan ng mga politiko o anumang mga personalidad ngayon?
Kanina nga ay dumating si dating Manila Mayor Alfredo Lim na siyang dito rin bumoboto sa Rosauro Almario Elementary School, no? At pagkatapos nga niyang bumoto, tinanong natin siya kung siya ba'y tatakbo sa susunod na halalan sa 2019 elections para sa Manila Mayor. Ito yung kanyang sagot. May plano kayo next year? Wala.
Next year? Ay, tatakbo ko sa next year.
Ngunit noong tinatanong naman natin siya kung ano na nga ba yung mga kanyang plataforma, ayaw niya muna itong sabihin nga dahil nga daw baka siya ay maakusahan ng premature campaigning. Ruth.
Rex, ulitin ko lang yung sinasabi mong common na problem dyan, yung hindi nila alam kung saang presinto sila. No? Ano nga ulit yung pwede nilang gawin? Kasi sabi mo wala nga online precinct finder.
Tama ka dyan, walang online precinct finder ngayon dahil nga sa mga limitasyon na inilagay ng data privacy law. Ang maaari nilang gawin, una, tumawag sa mga COMELEC hotlines, no? Marami kasi itong hotlines, so maaaring tumingin na lamang sila doon sa mga social media accounts ng COMELEC. At ikalawa, maaari din nilang tanungin doon sa mga Board of Election Tellers na siyang may master list noong mga presinto. Ang mahalaga, bago ka pumunta dito, para hindi ka na mahirapang bumoto, ipagtanong mo na ang iyong specific na presinto doon sa eskwelahan na iyong pagbobotohan. Ruth.
Rex Remitio, nag-uulat mula sa Rosauro Elementary School sa Tondo sa Maynila. Nakaboto na ba kayo ngayong SK at Barangay Elections? Ibahagi sa amin ang inyong naging karanasan. At alamin ang mga pwede mong gawin upang matiyak na malinis ang eleksyon. Manatiling nakatutok sa Newsroom ngayon. Kayo ay nasa Newsroom ngayon, tatalakayin natin ang mga napapanahong issue na mahalaga sa inyo. Matapos may pagpaliban ng 2 beses, natuloy na rin ngayon ang Barangay at Sangguniang Kabataan elections. Mahigit 1 milyong kandidato ang tumatakbo ngayon sa karaniwang sinasabing pinaka-divisive at mainit na eleksyon. Sa pinakahuling datos ng PNP, 33 election-related deaths na ang naitala. Pero sa ngayon, pagtitiyak ng pulisya at armed forces, walang seryosong banta sa eleksyon. Sa ating issue ngayon, nakaboto na ba kayo? Ibahagi sa amin ang inyong karanasan. Naging maayos naman ba o may mga aberya? At para sa inyo, bakit kailangang makibahagi sa Barangay at Sangguniang Kabataan elections? Mag-comment sa ating Facebook Live at babasahin namin yan bago matapos ang programa. Samantala, ilang lugar sa Quezon City ang binabantayan ng COMELEC at dineklarang areas of immediate concern. Naroon ang ating senior correspondent na si Cecil Lardizabal. Cecil, kamusta ang botohan dyan sa Quezon City?
Ruth, so far ay tahimik naman ang Quezon City pero merong ilang mga presinto at mga kandidato na talaga namang lumalabag pa rin sa COMELEC rules. Halimbawa, doon sa pinuntahan namin kanina sa Barangay St. Peter, ilang hakbang lang makikita mo yung mga campaign materials ng mga kandidato ng isang grupo. Samantalang yung nagpo-protest ng grupo, meron din palang campaign posters na malapit doon sa presinto. So sa bandang huli, ang sabi ng mga kandidato ay hindi nila aalisin yung campaign materials hanggat hindi inaalis din nung kanilang mga kalaban yung sa kanila. Marami rin kaming mga nakitang food stall sa labas ng naturang presinto na nakasaad na bawal nga sa COMELEC rules. Merong 4 na tinuguri ang areas of immediate concern sa Quezon City. Ito ay ang mga barangay ng Santo Domingo, Valencia, Nayong, Kanduran at Pasong Putik. Doon sa may barangay Santo Domingo, maayos naman so far pero listo na nga yung mga taga roon dahil noong nakarang eleksyon, merong mga naiulat na patayan habang nag-e-eleksyon. Ngayon, ay meron ng itinalagang mga pulis doon at meron na ring mga CCTV daw sa paligid ng lugar. Sa may barangay Nayong Kanduran, wala namang naging aberya nung nagbukas yung botohan kanina. Hindi na nga lang pinaakyat yung mga senior citizen doon sa second floor sa kanilang designated polling precinct at pinahintay na lang sila sa ground floor dahil ihahatid na lang sa kanila yung kanilang mga balota. Medyo nainit nga lang ng konti yung mga matatanda dahil natagalan ng konti yung mga balota. Katwiran naman ng CPCRV dyan at yung mga teachers, medyo naging busy na rin sila nung nagdagsaan na yung mga botante. So far, so good. Wala namang naiulat na untoward incident dito sa Quezon City. Ruth, balik sa'yo.
Cecil, yung nabanggit mo lang kanina, no, yung sinasabi mo, yung kanya-kanya pa rin kabit pala ng campaign posters itong mga ibang kandidato. Sa unang banda, bawal na yan, di ba? Kasi ang last day ng campaign nung pang Sabado. Pero pag may mga ganyang violation, anong pwedeng gawin ng mga botante? Saan pwede i-report yan dyan?
Merong ilang mga COMELEC representatives sa TPCRV. Pero kanina, ang sinabi sa atin ng mga representatives ng mga kandidato ay nasabi na daw nila doon sa principal ng polling center o ng eskwelahan. Pero ang problema kasi, Ruth, minsan, dahil sa dagsa ng mga tao at medyo may kakulangan na nga yung mga representatives from PPCRV, COMELEC, pati na yung mga guro. Kaya minsan, imbes na pumunta sila para i-settle nga yung mga ganung mga reklamo, ay inuuna nila muna syempre yung mga nagdadagsa ang mga botante. Kaya kanina ng mga bandang alas 8, alas 9, nasabi na daw sa principal pero merong mga naglalabas sa mga balita na yung mga ilang kandidato ay malapit sa PPCRV representatives at mga principal, yun ang kanilang mga claim. Pero hanggang kanina ay wala ngang nag-aalis pa nung mga campaign materials na ayon nga doon sa COMELEC rules ay dapat 30 meters away ang yung mga na pwede kang maglagay lamang ng kung anong mga campaign materials dyan, Ruth.
Okay, Cecil Lardizabal nag-uulat mula sa Quezon City. Ang pagtitiyak na malinis at mapatas ang eleksyon ay hindi lang responsibilidad ng iisang tao o ahensya, kundi ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya naman hinihikayat ang lahat na maging mapagmasid, magkaroon ng malasakit at maging bahagi ng barangay at sangguniang kabataan elections ngayong araw. Dalawang grupo ang opisyal na hinirang ng COMELEC bilang Citizens Arm o Election Watchdog na magbabantay sa eleksyon mula sa pangangampanya hanggang sa botohan, pagbibilang at pagka-canvas ng mga boto upang matiyak na malinis ang buong proseso. Ito ang NAMFREL, National Citizens Movement for Free Elections, at ang Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting o PPCRV. Kasama po natin ngayong umaga si Eric Alvia, NAMFREL Secretary General. Magandang umaga, Eric.
Magandang umaga din, Ruth, pati sa mga nanonood sa inyo.
Una muna, Eric, ano ba ang role ng NAMFREL?
Okay, ngayon, ibang pamamaraan ang ginawa namin pag-o-observe pati pag-monitor. Karamihan ngayon ng aming volunteers online ang sign up, pati mag-monitor ng eleksyon, pwede ring online, no? Ginagamit na natin yung teknolohiya, no, para kahit sinong botante pwede maging monitor o isang observer, no? Pangalawa, ang pagmo-monitor namin hindi masyado doon nakatutok lang sa classroom kasi sobrang dami na ng mga watcher tapos dadagdag ka pa doon. Alam natin na bawat watcher may isang kandidato. Pag pumasok doon, siksikan na yung ating classroom. Meron pang mga ibang citizens arm na papasok. So, nakita namin na yung pinakamalaking contribution na magagawa namin is in the monitoring the conduct of the elections within the voting center and outside. No? Even yung administration of the voting process. No? Kasi later on, may mga recommendations kami ibibigay din sa COMELEC, no, kung paano mapabuti yung pamamalakad ng eleksyon.
Pero kanina, nagbukas 7 o'clock, pwede pong makuha yung initial monitoring ng NAMFREL?
Yung marami talaga, yung dalawang klase, no? Yung isa, maraming hindi nakita yung pangalan, no? At yung pangalawa, yung mga may kapansanan o yung mga matatanda, no? Dapat may special voting precincts yan pero hindi nakaset up, no? Yung sa una, bakit nakita natin na maraming nawawala yung pangalan? Alalahanin natin nung past automated elections, yung clustered precincts, apat na regular precincts sa bawat isang clustered precinct. Ngayon, ginawang 2. So ngayon, hinala namin na nandun lang, na-shuffle lang yung kanilang pangalan sa iba-ibang presinto. Nandun pa rin yun. Pag hinanap mo talaga ng husto, it's tedious, pero pag hinanap mo ng husto, pag pumunta ka dun sa voting assistance desk naman, nakikita nila, pero yung mga iba naman, they get deterred. No? Pag hindi nila makita yung pangalan nila, tas sobrang init, magulo, wala din yung initially yung pangalan nila dun sa hawak na voting center desk,
hindi na boboto.
Umuwi na sila. Sayang yun. Nandun na sila. Konting pagod lang na. Nagpagod na kayo. So, konting hanapin nyo lang sa COMELEC representative doon o doon sa voters assistance desk ng isang watchdog. No? So, konting hirap lang. Pero ang maimportante rin dito, no, lagi nakatuon nung nakarang eleksyon na para daw bumuti yung eleksyon natin, i-automate natin para walang dayaan. No? Pero nakita natin na hindi laging tama yon. Pero isa pang aspeto na lagi natin nakakalimutan sa eleksyon, sa pag-a-administer ng eleksyon, yung voters list. No? Medyo tayo lang yata sa buong mundo napakahirap mag-sign up. Yung mga iba, pag naging 18 years old ka na, automatic.
Alam mo na kung saan yung presinto mo.
Automatic na. You
don't need to register.
You don't need to register. No? So punta ka na lang sa isang kiosk or even isang public place or a school or a church. Tapos, buboto ka na.
Pero ngayon, anong pwedeng gawin nung mga hindi mahanap yung pangalan?
Yun, sa voters assistances, balikan lang talaga nila. O kaya dun sa COMELEC representative o Board of Election Supervisor. Kalimitan dyan, yun yung principal ng school, no? Pero kung wala pa rin talaga, tawagan nila yung COMELEC hotline. Unfortunately now, wala tayong online checks, no? Dahil yung issue nga nung data breach, no? So, dinown yun ng COMELEC. Pero sana meron yun. Pero meron mga hotlines pa yung COMELEC, no, na binigay. Pero sa dagsa ng dami ng tawag, I don't know if you can
and you will also look into that kasi kung sinabi mo magiging disenfranchised na rin yung voters because of that, ano?
So it's unfortunate, no? So talagang dapat man lang nung maaga-aga pa, doon na nila chinek, no? Kaya nga it's really important.
Alam naman ng mga Pilipino,
last minute. Kung minsan ngayon, hindi pa nga nila alam pagdating doon. Pero nakapaskil na yung mga voters list na yan, mga 1 month before the election sa mga eskwelahan, pati sa even sa COMELEC office.
Okay, may mga question dito na etong si Eman Bagare, sabi niya may comment siya na may mga vote buying pa rin nangyayari sa barangay namin. Ba't ganun daw?
Oo, talamak talaga eh. Yan yung kalakaran ng ng election natin. Much more now sa barangay elections na it's close to home, no. Magkakakilala lahat, no. Tapos syempre retail cheating is back again, no. So pag sinabi mo retail cheating, kasama na to yung vote buying na yan. At iba-ibang pamamaraan na ngayon. Kung minsan hindi lang nangyayari yan sa araw ng eleksyon, nangyari na yan mga ilang linggo nakaraan.
Eric, may video dito also from NAMFREL, I think daw, incidents daw ng vote buying. Ano nangyari dyan sa pinapakita nating video?
Oh, ito, yan. Gabi yan eh. So, madaling araw yan. Alam naman natin na kagabi, o kung ano yung madaling araw, yan yung lalapit ka na lang sa mga parang ward leaders doon sa locality at mag-aabot, no? May mga, ito, yan, nakikita natin, nagpapasimulan. Basta maraming nagpupulong-pulong, no? Hindi ko na muna babanggitin yung lugar na yan.
Yung lugar, okay.
Kasi iniimbestigan na yan at na-report na yan sa COMELEC. So nagpupulong-pulong sila, so doon na yung bigayan. Ang going rate, 500 hanggang 1,000.
Wow.
So medyo mataas. Ganun din sa probinsya eh. So surprisingly, mataas ngayon ang going rate. There's no guarantee na yung binigyan mo, inabutan mo, boboto sa iyo. Pero kuminsan dahil barangay nga at nagkakakilala kayo, kahiyaan na lang. Sinasabi ko nga kanina, there's also honor among thieves. No? So,
pero pag ganyan, sinong responsible? The candidate? How about the voter?
Definitely itong mahuhuli yung mga sino yung nag-bribe, no? Pero wala yata doon sa election code na kung sino yung tumanggap siya rin makukulong, no? Pero importante rito, kagaya niya, no, na document natin. Hindi lang basta-basta na document mo, na video mo, o nakapaskil yung isang etiketa tapos may pera, sapat na yon. Dapat gagawa ka pa rin ng report sa COMELEC, complaint sa COMELEC. Hindi pwedeng umaksyon yung COMELEC o yung pulis pag walang complainant. So, hindi lang sapat itong nag-upload ng video. Dapat may investigasyon din at may lagda, may report kayo, no, na isasabit mo sa COMELEC o kaya sa mga watchdogs.
Okay, babalikan natin yung ating talakayan tungkol dito sa kung paano talaga matitiyak na ma-ensure na malinis at mabilang yung inyong boto, di ba? Babalikan natin ang NAMFREL. At sa mga hindi pa nakaboto, alamin ang mga dapat tandaan ngayong halalan, manatiling nakatutok sa newsroom ngayon. Sa newsroom ngayon dito sa CNN Philippines. Kumustahin naman natin ang sitwasyon sa COMELEC Command Center sa Intramuros sa Maynila. Naroon ang ating correspondent na si AC Nichols. AC, anong latest dyan?
Ruth, so far so good naman raw ang barangay at SK elections. Yan ay ayon sa Commission on Elections. Sa pinaka-latest na briefing nga ng COMELEC, sinabi ni COMELEC spokesman James Jimenez na karamihan naman daw ng mga polling precincts ay nagbukas on time kaninang 7 a.m. At kasama nga sa mga walang naging problema sa pagbubukas kanina ay ang mga polling precincts galing sa Region 1, CAR, Regions 3, Regions 4A and B, Regions 6, 7 at 8. Maging sa Mindanao raw, particular sa ARMM, sa Maguindanao, Sulu at Basilan ay naging maayos naman raw ang pagbubukas kanina. Meron lang daw ilang areas na vine-verify pa nila, chine-check pa nila, hindi pa raw pumapasok ang information galing sa field dahil na nagkakaroon ng problema sa cell signal sa Mindanao area ito. Yung iba naman din daw, meron daw mga late na nagbukas sa Samar at sa Tawi-Tawi. Pero hindi naman daw major yung naging problema. Nominal lang naman daw, gaya ng yung may ibang mga na-late na electoral board o di kaya ay hindi ka agad na set up ang mga supplies. Pero may mga contingencies naman daw ang COMELEC dyan. Kung na-late nga yung pagbubukas nila, ay i-adjust na lang nila at the end of the day. So halimbawa, 8 o'clock na nagbukas imbes na 7 a.m. So yung isang oras na hindi na ibigay nung umaga ay idadagdag na lang sa hapon. So 3 p.m. ang closing time talaga, pero kung na-late nga sa umaga, kung 8 a.m., 4 p.m. na magsasara. So ganun yung magiging adjustment na gagawin nila. May mga report din daw na nagkakaroon daw ng problema ang mga senior citizen na mga botante. May mga complaints silang na-receive na may mga polling precincts na walang priority lane. So ang paliwanag naman ng COMELEC dyan, aminado sila, meron daw talagang mga polling precincts na hindi na nalagyan ng separate na lane para sa mga senior citizens dahil talagang wala na raw espasyo. So ang dapat na lang dyan yung mga tellers ay on the lookout sa mga senior citizens at pati na rin sa ibang mga dapat na binibigyan ng priority gaya ng mga buntis at ng mga PWD para siguruhin na sila ay papaunahin na sa pila. Sa ngayon, wala namang major problems nga. Paalala lang ng COMELEC sa mga botante din, pagkatapos bumoto ay umalis na at wag nang tumambay pa sa polling precinct para hindi na makadagdag sa siksikan o makakos pa ng kahit na anong gulo. Ruth?
AC, bukod dun sa binanggit mo kanina na late na nagbukas yung ibang polling precincts, no? Ano pang mga ibang reports na nakakarating sa COMELEC? Kasi like, we're now talking to NAMFREL, may mga nare-receive na silang reports ng vote buying.
Yes, meron din silang nare-receive na mga reports on vote buying, pero ang pinakamarami talaga daw na reklamo na natatanggap nila dito sa command center ay yun pa ring mga nawawalang pangalan dun sa voters list. So pinapaalala lang ng COMELEC or sinasabi lang nila, kinaklaro nila na kung hindi na talaga nakaboto dun sa nakaraang 2 eleksyon ay delisted na, kaya hindi na talaga pwedeng ipilit pa na makaboto, lalo na pag chinek talaga dun sa legitimate na voters list ay wala na ang pangalan doon. At back to vote buying, ayun nga, meron pa rin silang natatanggap na mga report dyan. Pero kinlarify din lang ni COMELEC spokesman James Jimenez na hindi naman porket meron silang na-receive na report ay re-resulta na ito sa automatic disqualification na kung sino man yung na-report na di umano'y bumibili ng boto. Dahil kailangan pa daw yan dumaan sa proseso din, i-verify pa nila yan. So ginagawa din nila, rene-refer din nila yan sa local authorities o sa DILG. Ruth?
AC Nichols, nag-uulat mula sa COMELEC Command Center. At balikan po natin ngayon ang ating talalakayan kasama si NAMFREL Secretary General Eric Alvia. Eric, yung kanina pinag-uusapan natin, bigyan mo na lang kami ng background or tips kung paano yung tamang pagboto para matiyak na talagang malilinis yung boto mo, yung mga bawal magbura or ano ba yung dapat tandaan. Okay.
So, 3 klase mga botante ngayon. No? Yung 15 to 17, yung una, yung 15 to 17 years old, ituloy yung mga boboto para sa SK. Ang kanilang ballot paper ay isa lang, ito yung red printed. No? So, siguraduhin nila ang mga pangalan na ilalagay nila ay mga SK candidates lang. Yung pangalawang klaseng mga botante, ito yung medyo dapat natin bantayan ng husto, yung 18 years old to 30 years old. Kasi 2 balota makukuha nila. Yung isa, pang barangay, ito yung black printed, at yung pangalawa, yung red printed para sa SK. No? Siguraduhin nila na hindi magkakapalit-palit. No? Yung pangalan ng mga SK pupunta talaga dun sa red printed ballot paper. Yung mga yan yung nakikita natin ngayon sa screen. Tapos yung black para yan sa barangay candidates lang. No? Kung pumunta yung barangay candidate sa SK at yung SK sa barangay candidates, hindi yan magiging stray vote yan, no? Stray ballot yan. So hindi mabibilang. So sayang lang yung effort nyo. Ngayon, yung pangatlong klaseng botante, ito yung regular voters, 31 years old and above, isang balota lang. Ito yung pambarangay, ito yung black printed. Pangalawa, no? Dapat din nating siguraduhin na malinis yung ballot paper, no? Huwag kayong maglalagay ng unnecessary marks. Nakikita natin nung sa Visayas at Mindanao ballots, ito yung ginamit nilang 2017 ballots pinayagan ng COMELEC na gamitin para sa 2018. Yung mga iba, pinapalitan yung date. Yung 2017, ginagawang 2018. Again, magiging spoiled ballot yan. O kaya kung nag-iisip kayo, huwag nyo namang dikdikan o lagyan ng marks o doodle or drawing o emoji yung ballot paper nyo. Kasi again, magiging spoiled ballots yan. So, dapat malinis na malinis. Pati siguro naman, pagkatapos ng pag-vote nyo, doon pa lang kayo lalagyan ng tinta. So, hindi yan madudungisan, yung ballot paper nyo. Kasi ito yung may dungis dyan, masisira talaga spoil talaga yung ballot nyo. Pangatlo, there is no such thing as a block voting. Pwede kayong bumoto kahit na isa lang dun sa mga kandidato ng konsihal o pwedeng halo-halo galing sa iba-ibang partido o iba-ibang grupo kasi alam natin na walang partido talaga sa barangay non-partisan. So iba-ibang grupo pwede niyo ihalo. Kung minsan pwede niyo hindi kayo bumoto, hindi niyo kumpletuhin yung slate na yun kahit na 2 o 3 lang, pero yung mga blank spaces lagyan niyo ng linya para hindi masingitan. So ito yung mga dapat nating tingnan habang boboto at dapat din walang kumukuha nung selfie nila o kaya yung kanilang balot, Kasi labag yan. Pwede naman magdala ng cellphone. Wag lang nilang kunin yung kanilang ballots.
Last reminders na lang before we let you go, Eric. Anong dapat tandaan and encourage them to go out and vote?
Okay, ngayon, so sa mga hindi pa nga bumuboto, lumabas na kasi hanggang alas 3 na lang, Tapos habulin nila yung mga hindi nila nakita yung mga pangalan nila, Hanapin talaga nila ng husto kasi sigurado ko na jumbo lang yan dahil na iba yung clustering ng presinto. Tapos yung mga nagvo-vote buying, huwag niyong i-accost kaagad kasi medyo kuminsan baka malagay kayo sa panganib, kunan niyo na lang, i-document niyo pero habulin niyo rin ng report. Huwag lang kayo kukuha ng picture o kaya video tapos i-upload niyo sa amin o kaya sa COMELEC or sa Facebook. Dapat din i-report nyo, gumawa kayo ng report, tapos ibigay nyo rin sa amin.
Okay. Again, ang hotline ng NAMFREL, where can they call?
Okay, yeah. So, naka-flash kanina yon dun sa, may isang smart number kami, at meron kaming mga landlines, 3 landlines,
Okay.
Pati meron kaming Facebook.
Alright, maraming salamat kay NAMFREL Secretary General Eric Alvia. At sa mga boboto pa lamang, paalala na may bagong panuntunan na pinapatupad ang COMELEC kaugnay sa mga balotang gagamitin. Yun yung pinag-usapan natin kanina. Narito pa, may isa pa tayong report, paalala para matiyak na mabibilang ang inyong boto. Narito ang report ni Rex Remitio.
Hindi sapat ang pagboto ng tamang kandidato. Kailangang alam rin kung paano bumoto ng tama. 2 uri ng balota ang gagamitin ngayong eleksyon. Isa para sa barangay at isa para sa Sangguniang Kabataan o SK. Kung ikay 15 hanggang 17 taon, ang balota para sa SK lang ang maaari mong gamitin. Kung ikaw na may 18 hanggang 30 taon, maaari mong gamitin ang parehong balota para sa SK at barangay. At kung ikay 31 taong gulang pataas, ang balota para sa barangay lamang ang maaari mong lagdaan. Tandaan na may mga petsa na nakasulat sa inyong balota. October 23, 2017 para sa Luzon at Visayas at May 14, 2018 naman para sa Mindanao. Huwag na huwag papalitan o buburahin ang mga ito. Gumamit ng pulang tinta para sa SK na balota at itim naman para sa barangay. Mayroong 8 blankong espasyo sa parehong balota. Isa para sa kapitan at 7 naman para sa mga kagawad. Isulat ang pangalan lamang ng mga kandidatong iboboto. Tatanggapin pa rin naman ang iyong balota kahit hindi umabot sa 8 ang mga pangalang iyong inilagay. Isulat ang pangalan ng mga kandidatong nasa official list of candidates lamang. Panatilihing malinis ang iyong balota. Sumulat ng maayos. Huwag mag-drawing o magsulat ng mga hindi kinakailangang marka, gaya ng mga emoji at hashtag. Baka ito kasi ang maging dahilan upang hindi tanggapin ang iyong balota. Maghanda ng kodigo upang maiwasan ang mga bura sa balota. Pagkatapos ay itapon ito. Pagkatapos bumoto, itupi ang balota at huwag tatanggalin ang stub. Saka ipasa ang balota sa Board of Election Tellers. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, maaari kang tumawag sa COMELEC hotline na 525-9294. Maaari ka rin bumisita sa website ng COMELEC na comelec.gov.ph. O di kaya sa mga social media account ng COMELEC na naka-flash sa inyong mga screen. Rex Remitio, CNN Philippines.
Abangan, Davao City Mayor at Presidential Daughter Sara Duterte bumoto na. Manatiling nakatutok sa Newsroom ngayon. coverage ng Barangay at Sangguniang Kabataan elections dito sa newsroom ngayon. Dumako naman tayo sa Davao City. Nandoon ang aming correspondent na si George Cahiles. George, kamusta yung sitwasyon dyan sa Davao at nakabota na daw pala itong si Mayor Sara Duterte?
Oo, tama yan, Ruth. Nandito nga tayo ngayon sa Daniel R. Aguinaldo High School dito sa Matina, Davao City. At kanina, mga bandang alas 6 ng umaga, ay bumoto na nga ito si Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte. At mabilis lang yung naging pagboto niya. Sabi nga niya ay very efficient itong mga miyembro ng Board of Election Inspectors dito. At maging yung proseso ng pagboto mismo ay mabilis lamang dito sa paaralang ito. Binigyan din tayo ng update hinggil sa sitwasyon dito sa syudad at kanina sabi niya as of 9 in the morning ay wala pa silang natatanggap na any untoward incident in relation to the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections dito sa syudad. Bagamat may mga nai-report na hinihinalang election-related violence sa dalawang barangay dito sa Davao City nitong weekend. So samantala, itong si Mayor Sara Duterte at si Pangulong Duterte parehas lamang yung kanilang presinto dito sa Davao City at kinumpirma nga ni Mayor Duterte na boboto daw ang Pangulo ngayong araw pero hindi pa niya masabi kung anong oras darating si Pangulong Duterte. Tapos dahil isang taon na nga lang din dahil bago ang midterm elections ay natanong si Mayor Duterte hinggil sa kanyang mga plano at sabi niya as of the moment very fluid pa yung sitwasyon in relation to the midterm elections at hindi pa siya nakakapagdesisyon kung ano yung kanyang konkretong plano para dyan sa midterm elections next year. Ruth.
George, kamustahin na rin namin yung lagay ng seguridad dyan, lalo na dyan rin sa buong syudad, lalo na yung sinasabi mo nga na inaasahan na dyan din boboto itong si Pangulong Duterte.
Nakabantay na dito sa paaralan yung Davao Police at mahigpit na ngayon sitwasyon dito. Kanina nakita na rin natin yung ilang miyembro ng Presidential Security Group na nag-ocular inspection na dito sa lugar. Pero nakita din natin na nag-iikot na itong si Davao City Police Chief Senior Superintendent Alex Tagum at kanina binisita nga niya yung isang barangay kung saan nagkaroon ng kaguluhan doon nitong weekend kung saan dalawang naglalabang partido ay nagkabarilan pa nitong weekend. At sabi niya, so far naman daw ay nilagyan niya na ng maraming pulis doon sa lugar para maiwasan yung maaaring banggaan ng naglalabang partido doon sa isang barangay dito sa Davao City. Ruth.
George Cahiles, nag-uulat mula sa Davao City. Sa bahagi pa rin ng Mindanao, tumungo naman tayo sa Pagadian City sa Zamboanga del Sur. Nandoon ang aming news stringer na si Marlon Pañares. Marlon, kamusta ang eleksyon dyan?
Yes, Ruth, alas 6 pa lang ng umaga, nasa kanilang polling precincts na ang mga botante dito sa Pagadian City. Andito ako sa Barangay Dao, isa sa mga barangay dito na may pinakamaraming botante. Maaga pa lang, mahaba na ang pila ng mga botante dito na matyagang nag-aantay ng kanilang torno para bumoto. Ayon kay Pagadian City Election Officer Jed Labador, merong 5,000 voters na inaasahang boboto dito sa Barangay Dao. Meron ding mga reports sa ibang barangay na mga sasakyan ng mga politiko na nagpapasakay umano ng mga botante papuntang polling places. Sa ngayon, wala pang iniuulat na karahasan. So far, mapayapa at orderly ang barangay and SK elections dito sa Pagadian City. Sinabi na ng Zamboanga del Sur Provincial Police noong Biyernes na minomonitor nila ang 51 barangay sa buong probinsya na kinukonsider na potential hotspot o yung mga lugar na may posibleng karahasan. Merong 681 barangays ang buong Zamboanga del Sur. Sobra sa 500 pulis na ang nakadeploy ngayon sa mga focal areas sa probinsya para manmanan ang barangay and SK elections. Ruth?
Marlon, tanungin ko lang yung voter turnout. Anong sinasabi ng mga otoridad dyan? Mukhang marami ba talagang lumabas ngayon para bumoto?
Ngayon, napansin ko talaga, Ruth, na kumpara sa mga nakalang eleksyon, na ngayon talaga maaga talagang lumabas yung mga botante para bumoto. So parang tinataya talaga ng mga opisyal, mga otoridad natin na malakas or malaki yung turnout ng mga boto ngayong barangay and SK election.
Okay, si Marlon Pañares po nag-uulat mula sa Pagadian City. At kanina tinanong namin ano ang naging karanasan nyo sa pagboto nyo ngayong araw at para sa inyo, bakit kailangan makibahagi sa Barangay at Sangguniang Kabataan election. Sabi ni Henry Reynes, bumoto siya sa Molino Elementary School sa Cavite. Aniya, very smooth ang proseso. Natapos niya sa loob lang ng 10 minuto. Pangamba naman ni Mark Santos, ang dami pa ring mga nag-aabot ng campaign flyers malapit sa mga presinto nung bumoto raw siya. Para naman kay Joan Cango, mahalagang bumoto ngayong araw dahil karapatan ito ng bawat mamamayan. Marami pong salamat sa inyong mga komento. At yan ang mga balita at isyong ating tinutukan, napapanahon at mahalaga para sa inyo. Samahan niyo akong muli bukas. Ako si Ruth Cabal at ito ang Newsroom ngayon.
Narito na ang special edition ng Balitaan sa CNN Philippines. Barangay at Sangguniang Kabataan elections, umarangkada na ang mga reklamo ng vote buying, binabantayan ng COMELEC. Seguridad ngayong halalan, pinaigting ng pulisya bilang ng karahasan, bumabak ayon sa inisyal na impormasyon ng PNP. Magandang tanghali, ako po si Pinky Webb. Patuloy ang pagdagsa ng ating mga kababayan sa mga polling centers para sa nagaganap na Sangguniang Kabataan at Barangay elections. Nagbukas ang mga presinto alas 7 ng umaga. Higit 57 milyon ang inaasahang boboto ngayong araw sa mahigit 1 milyong kandidatong tumatakbo. Bukas sa mga polling centers hanggang alas 3 mamayang hapon pero papayagan pa rin bumoto ang mga nakapila bago ang itinalagang cut-off na oras. 2 beses nang naudlot ang eleksyon at ilang ulit na ring tinangkang ipagpaliban ito. Mahigpit na binabantayan ng mga otoridad ang mga tinaguriang election hotspots. Halos 600 lugar sa buong bansa ang itinuturing na critical areas dahil sa karaniwang karahasan na iniulat sa mga nasabing lugar tuwing panahon ng eleksyon. Nakantabay ang CNN Philippines sa isinasagawang halalan nasa COMELEC Command Center sa Maynila ang aming correspondent na si AC Nichols. Si Rex Remitio naman ay nakatutok sa pinakamalaking polling precinct sa Maynila. Si Cecil Lardizabal ay nag-iikot sa Quezon City at nasa Davao City naman si George Cahiles kung saan inaabangan ang pagboto ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Unahin na natin ang aming senior correspondent na si Cecil Lardizabal. Nasa Quezon City siya, makibalita tayo sa kanya. Cecil, meron na bang ilang areas of immediate concern dyan sa Quezon City na idineklara ng PNP? Kamusta na ang sitwasyon?
Pinky, sa ngayon ay narito ako sa may Barangay Valencia sa Quezon City at kung makikita nyo ay nasa labas ang botohan dahil nga ayon sa mga otoridad ay walang ibang eskwelahan o simbahan o kaya mga covered court na pwedeng bagtausan ng eleksyon. Kaya naman dito na lang sa parking lot ng Barangay Hall ng Barangay Valencia at dito sa may kalsada ay nagtayo ng may 6 na metrong mga tent, mga 10 iyan. Nandito sila sa kalsada along Santolan Road. At kanina rin, Pinky, ay nag-ikot tayo sa ibang mga polling precincts sa Quezon City at meron tayong nakitang ilang mga polling precincts at mga kandidato na lumalabag sa election rules. Halimbawa na lang doon sa nakita namin kanina sa Barangay St. Peter kung saan merong ilang mga campaign materials na ilang hakbang lamang ay makikita mo na mula doon sa polling centers. Merong ilang mga kandidato, mga grupo na nagrereklamo, samantalang sila mismo ay meron ding mga
inilagay ng mga campaign materials sa labas mismo ng polling center. Kaya sa bandang huli ay sinabi ng ilang mga grupo hindi nila tatanggalin yung kanilang mga campaign materials kung hindi inaalis ng kanilang mga kalaban yung mga inilagay din nilang polling campaign materials sa labas ng presinto. Meron din tayong nakitang mga food stalls na nasa labas mismo ng presinto at sabi nga ng COMELEC rules ay bawal yan dahil posibleng magbenta ng mga alak. Apat na barangay ang tinaguriang areas of immediate concern sa Quezon City, kabilang dyan ang Barangay Santo Domingo, Barangay Valencia, Nayong Kanluran at Pasong Puti. Kanina ay umikot din tayo sa Barangay Santo Domingo, medyo generally peaceful naman. Kaya siya naging area of immediate concern, Pinky, ay dahil nung nakaraang mga eleksyon, nagkaroon ng patayan dyan habang nag-e-eleksyon. So ngayon ay medyo sabi ng mga tao dyan ay generally peaceful dahil meron ng mga pulis sa labas ng presinto at meron na ring mga CCTV sa paligid. Kabilang din sa mga areas of immediate concern ay yung barangay na yung Kanluran. Generally peaceful din dyan pero meron ding reklamo yung ilang mga senior citizen na bumoboto dyan dahil yung botohan, yung kanilang mga polling precincts ay sa second floor. Ang sabi ng mga teachers at ng COMELEC ay hindi na sila paakyatin para hindi na sila mahirapan. Kaya ang nangyari, pinahintay na lamang sila sa isang kwarto sa may ground floor. Ang nangyari nung nagdagsaan na nga, yung mga botante ay hindi na medyo naasikaso ng ilang mga teachers, yung mga senior citizens, kaya nakapaghintay sila ng medyo matagal. Pero nakaboto din sila pagkatapos siguro na may 1 o 2 oras na paghihintay. Kanina din ay merong mga nagrereklamo naman doon sa Barangay Bahay Toro kung saan yung kalaban ng isang kandidato ay sinabi, nakatanggap sila ng text message na nangangampanya sa kanilang kalaban na nagmula pa sa 117 o emergency NTC. So nakita natin, Pinky, na merong ilang mga kandidato at merong ilang mga presinto na lumalabag nga doon sa COMELEC election rules. So far, so good. Wala namang any untoward incident dito sa Quezon City. Pinky.
Cecil, meron ka bang naabutan ng mga kababayan natin na nahihirapan o hindi mahanap yung kanilang mga pangalan sa mga presinto?
Meron kanina dito sa Barangay Valencia, pero yun na nga, hindi nila nahanap yung kanilang mga pangalan, kaya ang ginawa ng iba ay umuwi na lang. Pero kanina doon sa ilang mga presintong nakita natin, Barangay Santo Domingo, Nayong Kanluran, medyo nahihirapan sila nung umpisa na makuha o makita yung kanilang mga pangalan, pero later on ay nahanap na rin sila, kaya it took them a while bago sila makaboto. Pinky.
Oo, tsaka Cecil, yung kwento mo kanina, no, yung sa mga senior citizens, tsaka yung mga persons with disability, sana maayos yung problema na matagal na kasing problema yan sa mga presinto na hindi talaga sila dapat umaakyat. Dapat talaga bumababa na lang ang ating mga election officers para sila yung makapagboto. Pero anyway, sinabi naman ni Cecil na naayos na raw yan kanina, pero sa mga maging problema pa sana in the future, hindi mangyari yan muli. Maraming salamat kay Cecil Lardizabal, nag-uulat mula sa Quezon City. Batay naman sa initial na monitoring ng NAMFREL, may ilang lugar pa rin na walang nakaset up na special precinct para sa mga botanteng merong kapansanan. Sa panayam sa CNN Philippines, sinabi rin ni NAMFREL Secretary General Eric Alvia, may ilang botante na agad na panghinaan ng loob at hindi na lamang bumoto dahil nga hindi agad nakita ang pangalan sa listahan ng mga presinto kung saan sila dapat bumoto.
Maraming hindi nakita yung pangalan, no? At yung pangalawa, yung mga may kapansanan o yung mga matatanda, no? Dapat may special voting precincts yan pero hindi nakaset up, no? Yung sa una, bakit nakita natin na maraming nawawala yung pangalan? Alalahanin natin nung past automated elections, yung clustered precincts, apat na regular precincts sa bawat isang clustered precinct. Ngayon, ginawan 2. So ngayon, hinala namin na nandun lang, na-shuffle lang yung kanilang pangalan sa iba-ibang presinto. Nandun pa rin yun. Pag hinanap mo talaga ng husto, it's tedious, pero pag hinanap mo ng husto, pagpunta ka dun sa voting assistance desk naman, nakikita nila, pero yung mga iba naman, they get deterred. No? Pag hindi nila makita yung pangalan nila, tas sobrang init, magulo, wala din yung initially yung pangalan nila dun sa hawak na voting center desk,
hindi na boboto.
Umuwi na sila. Sayang yun. Nandun na sila. Konting pagod lang na. Nagpagod na kayo. So, konting hanapin nyo lang sa COMELEC representative doon o doon sa voters assistance desk ng isang watchdog. No?
Ang NAMFREL kasama ang Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting ay hinirang ng COMELEC bilang citizens arm na magbabantay upang matiyak na malinis ang eleksyon. Tumungo muna tayo sa Davao City kung saan inaasahang boboto si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. At kanina nga, nanggaling na daw dyan si Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte. Makibalita tayo kay George Cahiles. George!
Wala, Pinky, mahigpit nga yung seguridad dito ngayon sa Daniel R. Aguinaldo High School sa Matina, Davao City sa inaasahang pagdating ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ngayong hapon para bumoto. Ngayon, itong security dito ay pinangungunahan ng Davao City Police at ng Task Force sa Davao. So kanina nga, mga bandang alas 10 ng umaga ay dumating si Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte para bumoto. Mabilis lang yung naging pagboto niya, halos 5 minuto lamang. At kanina pinuri din niya yung efficiency noong mga miyembro ng Board of Election Inspectors dito at maging yung proseso mismo ng pagboto sa paaralan. Ngayon, as of 9 a.m., sabi ni Mayor Duterte ay wala pa naman daw na iuulat na anumang karahasan sa syudad. Bagamat may mga ilang kaso ng hinihinalang election-related violence ang naitala nitong weekend. Sa isang barangay, nagpang-abot at nauwi sa barilan itong pagharap ng magkalabang kandidato noong huling araw ng kampanya. At sa isang barangay naman ay napatay ang isang re-electionist na barangay captain matapos mag-serve ng warrant of arrest itong mga pulis sa kanya dahil sa hinihinalang pagkakaroon niya ng mga loose firearms. So pakinggan natin si Mayor Sara Duterte at si Davao City Police Chief Alexander Tagum.
Wala pang incident so far in all the polling places in Davao City. The PNP and the AFP units assisting the city government of Davao and COMELEC are in control of the situation in Barangay 23C.
Pinalibutan natin yung buong barangay ng ganong karaming security with the support of Task Force Davao. Kita ninyo, mismo meron pang tanggi from Task Force Davao just to ensure na wala na pong violent outbreak coming from the two contending parties.
Pikiparehas ng presintong pagbobotohan itong si Mayor Sara Duterte at si Pangulong Duterte. At bilang paghahanda nga sa pagdating ni Pangulong Duterte mamaya ay inilabas na ng paaralan yung upuan na ginamit niya noong nakaraang 2016 presidential elections. Itong upuang ito ay itinago nitong paaralan matapos ng manalo ni Pangulong Duterte sa halalang iyon. At sinasabi nila na makasaysayan daw itong upuan na ito kaya itinago nila ito sa isang glass case. At mamaya sa pagbalik ni Pangulong Duterte dito ay yun daw ulit yung gagamiting upuan ng Pangulo. Pinky.
Bago yan ha, George, parang espesyal na upuan. Baka sinasabi nila yan ay swerte kay Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Sige, mamaya titingnan natin. Maraming salamat kay George Cahiles nag-uulat mula sa Davao City. At susunod, bilang ng mga karahasan, mas mababa ngayong taon kumpara noong nakaraang barangay at SK election ayon sa PNP. At nagbabalik ang balitaan dito sa CNN Philippines. Sinisiguro naman ng pulisya na magiging maayos ang eleksyon sa pagiging full alert ngayong araw. Sa kanyang media briefing kanina, sinabi ni PNP Chief Oscar Albayalde na mas mababa umano ang naitalang insidente ng karahasan ngayong election period kumpara daw sa datos noong 2013. Narito ang pahayag ng, bahagi ng briefing.
As 36,781 polling centers across the country opened at 7 a.m. today, 73,562 PNP personnel manned their respective posts to provide security to these voting centers. On alert at the police regional offices are 13,267 troops comprising the Reactionary Standby Support Force or the RSSF and 2,854 RSSF at the national headquarters. A larger force of 89,529 personnel comprising the quick reaction teams are also placed on the highest alert condition and readiness to respond to any contingency. Deployment of PNP personnel backed by troops from the Armed Forces of the Philippines is maximized in 7,857 areas listed in our election watch list. As of this morning, we have recorded a total of 36 violent incidents, of which 7 are validated to be election-related. Currently, under investigation are the shooting incidents involving the Anbantayan Mayor Vicente Loot in Cebu and former Congressman.
Kamustahin natin ang eleksyon sa Cagayan de Oro City. Ang bayan ni Senate President Coco Pimentel. Makibalita tayo sa mamamahayag mula CDO na si Alwen sa Liring. Alwen, bumoto na ba dyan si Senate President Pimentel?
Pinky, maagang pumunta sa kanyang presinto at bumoto si Senate President Aquilino Coco Pimentel III dito sa Cagayan de Oro City Central School kaninang alas 8 ng umaga. Registered voter ng Barangay 3 si Pimentel. Sinamahan siya ng kanyang staff at partner na si Katrina Yu. Umuwi talaga dito sa Cagayan de Oro si Pimentel tuwing halalan. Hinimok niya kanina ang mga mamamayan na gamitin ang kanilang right to suffrage dahil isa itong oportunidad na makapili sila ng kanilang mga leader sa barangay na maghahatid ng mga serbisyo sa kanilang lugar. Tahimik naman so far ang eleksyon at walang naiulat na election-related violence dito sa Cagayan de Oro City. Pinky.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Alwen, sariling nag-uulat mula sa CDO. At mamaya makikibalita naman tayo sa iba pang correspondence natin hinggil sa eleksyon. At kanya-kanya ng share sa social media ang mga botante ng naging karanasan nila sa pakikiisa sa halalan ngayong araw. Trending sa Twitter Philippines ang hashtag BSKE 2018 o Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan Elections 2018, pati ang hashtag na Vote Wisely. Kanina, may mga trending din na lugar gaya ng Makati at Pasay City. Tweet ni G. Hervasio, hindi niya pinuno ang balota niya. Sabi niya, wais ang ginawa niyang pagboto at sana ang ibang botante gayon din. Hiling naman ng netizen na si JVL kung sino man daw ang manalo sa kanila, sana daw magdala ng pagbabago sa barangay nila. Si More Espinosa naman, tinanong na sino ang makakapagsabing wala na ang demokrasya, gayong nagpapatuloy ngayon ng barangay at SK elections. Para sa mga nakatutok ngayon sa aming programa, nakaboto na ba kayo? Kung oo, ibahagi ninyo sa amin ang inyong karanasan. Bisitahin ang aming social media accounts at CNN Philippines. Magandang tanghali, kayo nanonood ng special edition ng Balitaan. Milyong-milyong botante ang mamimili ng kanilang ihahalal na opisyal na barangay at Sangguniang Kabataan. Buong araw pong babantayan ng CNN Philippines sa mga kaganapan sa eleksyon. Tumungo po tayo sa command center ng COMELEC sa Maynila kung saan nagaganap ang isang media briefing ng Commission on Elections.
The AFP, si Colonel Halbuena. I'm sorry. Arevalo. Sorry. And then we have also ASEC Laksamana from the DOH, of course. And we have USEC John Malaya from the DILG. And sir, from the DepEd, sorry. Director Joel Erestain ng DepEd. And of course, ang ating partner, NYC, si OIC Chairman Richard Cardema. No? So magdi-deliver po tayo ng updates tungkol sa progress ng ating halalan. Unahin na po natin siguro si Acting Chairman Alpareño.
This will be a very short and precise update. We just would like to report that as of this time, we were able to open all precincts. So 100% po ang nag-open na presinto today. So all 177,574 precincts were able to successfully open and they were able to start their elections. So that's the general report that we received so far, and that's what we have for COMELEC.
Thank you po, sir. May we hear from General Oscar Albayalde for the PNP side of the story po?
Yes, maraming salamat po to our friends from the media. The PNP has deployed a total of 73,562 PNP personnel in all the polling centers nationwide. This equates to at least 2 police uniform personnel per polling center. Pero hindi lang po yan nangyayari dahil meron pa tayong mga reserve forces, no, sa there are another 89,529 policemen that are deployed as quick reaction teams, particularly in identified hotspots areas. So as of this time, meron po tayong mga BEIs coming from the Philippine National Police as requested by COMELEC, particularly in parts of Mindanao. Maraming salamat po. And of course, I just would like to ask, as of this time, wala po tayong nare-report o natatanggap na report of any untoward incident in all our polling centers.
That's very good news, General. May we ask Colonel Arevalo also, please, for an update.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Sisigundahan ko po yung binanggit ni ating acting COMELEC chair na nagbukas na nga po lahat ng polling precincts sa buong Pilipinas. As at 10:30 this morning ay hindi pa po nagbukas yung Mansio at saka Mansalay. Subalit nagbukas na po ito ang dalawa at ang pinakahuli nga po doon sa tatlo, yung sa Tagaloan sa Lanao del Norte. So ito po ay sa pagandang pagtutulungan ng COMELEC, ng Armed Forces of the Philippines at ng Philippine National Police. At gusto rin po namin iulat na ang atin po mga polling precinct sa Batanes, pati po sa Pag-asa at ganun din po sa Turtle Island. Ang mga malalayo po nating isla sa ating bansa ay maluwalhating nakapagdaraos ngayon ang eleksyon at ito po ay dahil nga sa pagtutulungan, masigasig na pagtutulungan ng COMELEC, AFP, PNP and other agencies of government. Ang inyo pong armed forces ay nakapag-deploy ng total na 19,444 na AFP regular personnel. And then nagtatranslate po yan ng around 15% ng strength ng AFP in terms of officers and enlisted personnel. Wala pa po sa bilang na yan ang CAFGO auxiliary. Meron pa pong, hindi pa po kasama sa bilang na 19,444 or close to 19,500. Yun pong ating ready reserve force na nakahanda pong tumugon kung meron pong pangangailangan sa additional na puwersa buhat sa inyong Armed Forces of the Philippines. Isang bagay lang po ang gusto namin bigyang diin na bagaman actively participating po inyong Armed Forces sa eleksyon, hindi po tayo tumitigil sa ating regular conduct of our operations to ensure na those unscrupulous individuals or groups, be it local terrorist groups, private armed groups, or communist terrorist groups, ay hindi makapag-take advantage o makapanggugulo sa katahimikang ating tinatamasa ngayon ng ating ongoing na eleksyon.
Maraming salamat po, Colonel, at napakagandang marinig na malulhati ang ating pagpapatakbo ng halalan ngayon. No? Now we have some individual concerns from the individuals on at our presidential table. Simulan na po natin kay Commissioner Sheriff Abbas na merong gustong ibalita sa atin. tungkol sa ating precinct finder?
Well, yung gusto lang namin, kasi kanina nung nag-open, maraming nawawala yung pangalan. So ngayon, gusto naming sabihin sa publiko na open po yung command centers natin. As a matter of fact, the command centers already cater 6,736 na mga request. At sa 6,736, lahat po nun natugunan. So patuloy pa din po yung dagsa ng mga tawag, mga emails at request kung saan sila nabilong. So tuloy-tuloy po yung pagsiservisyo natin sa kanila. So yun lang, meron tayong hotline 8888, nasa 382 as of 10:30 a.m. at lahat ng 382 na request natugunan din. So kung ang panawagan lang natin, since alas 3 pa yung magkuklose yung ating eleksyon, so pwede silang dumulog sa mga provincial election supervisors natin at dito sa amin pwede kayong tumawag. You can visit comelec.gov.ph, nandun yung mga hotline sa switch yung mga emails natin. So yun lang yung so far na panawagan natin sa mga tao na nawawala yung mga pangalan. So thank you, team.
Maraming salamat po, Commissioner Abbas. And may we also invite, of course, Secretary Laksamana to give us an update on the involvement of the DOH in the elections for today.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ang ating pong Department of Health, Central Office at saka Regional Health Offices po ay nasa Code White Alert ngayon. Ngayon po, yung ating pong Health Emergency Management Unit po, nag-deploy po kami ng mga tao dito sa ating COMELEC Command Center para po magbigay ng technical assistance if anything arises which are related to health. Mayroon din po tayong continuous monitoring and coordination sa lahat ng ating mga regional health offices kasi po nagtalaga po tayo ng ating mga health stations sa priority voting centers natin para po matugunan ang lahat ng mga magboboto na magkaroon man sila ng magandang pag-aasikaso sa ating mga mamamayan na magboboto. Marami po kasing nahihimatay, maraming nangangailangan ng first aid. Kaya po nagtalaga tayo ng health station sa ating mga priority voting centers. At yun pong ating mga regional, provincial at municipal disaster risk management units, nakatalaga rin po ito sa mga areas which are under the election watch list. Meron po tayong dineploy din sa ating Department of Health na mga more than 8,700 human resource manpower para po matugunan ang ating mga pangangailangan sa ating mga health stations. At sa ngayon po, meron po din tayong mga nakapreposition na mga gamot, first aid kits sa lahat ng ating mga health stations. Sa kasalukuyan, wala pa naman po tayong naitatalaga na may mga health-related problems. Ang natanggap lang po namin yung mga nahihimatay sa mga voting centers na natutugunan naman po ng ating mga health stations. Yun pong kung meron man pong mga health-related problems na kailangan i-refer sa ating mga hospitals, naka-ready naman po ang ating mga hospitals. Kaya wag ho kayong mag-alala na ang ating mga health centers, ang ating mga hospitals, nakahanda po sila na tumugon sa ating mga health-related problems. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Secretary Laksamana. At ngayon, hihinga naman natin ng statement ang Secretary ng DILG po, si Secretary Malaya.
Okay, Assistant Secretary lang. Well, unang-una, I'd like to congratulate COMELEC, no, sir? Dahil na buksan lahat ang ating presinto ngayong araw. It's a great feat for the Commission on Elections at lahat ng mga partners ng COMELEC. I would just like to report local disaster risk reduction and management na memorandum ni DILG-OI sa Secretary Eduardo Año, directing all governors and mayors as chairpersons of their disaster management councils na kailangan sila ay activated ngayong araw at nakahandang tumulong sa lahat ng mga ahensya at sa COMELEC para sa eleksyon ngayon. Ang ibig pong sabihin, lahat ng mga LGUs ay nakahandang magbigay ng first aid at iba pang mga medical assistance kung meron mang emergency cases na mangyayari sa araw na ito at sa halalan. Yung amin pong monitoring team ay nakaset up din sa lahat ng rehiyon, probinsya, munisipyo at lungsod. At lahat po ng natatanggap naming reports, kung anumang reports ito,
whether this be election offenses or what, are forwarded to the election officers in the respective field offices of the COMELEC for the necessary action. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, ASEC. At bilang sa halalan, talagang ang sinasandalan ng proseso ay ang ating mga guro. Nais ko sanang bigyan ng pagkakataon yung ating director from the DepEd to send a message to the teachers who are very hard at work right now. No? So, sir.
Magandang tanghali po sa inyo lahat. Para po sa COMELEC, for the whole commission, and acting chair pala inyo. Salamat po na marami at kami rin po naimbitahan at nandito po. I am representing DepEd here, the Central Command Center of COMELEC. However, hindi rin po natutulog ang DepEd dahil halos lahat po ng mga volunteers po natin na nasa eleksyon na ito, puro teachers po at gamit din po ang facilities po natin, mga eskwelahan. Ngayon po, ang i-report po natin good news na nasa 87% na po ng mga cash cards na-deliver na. Right before po, mga 5 minutes before this press con, meron pong 13. Ngayon po, nung pagsimula, na naging 12 na lang. At tuloy-tuloy pa rin po naman ang ating partner po ng COMELEC, ng DBP, na patuloy pong dinideliver po yung mga cash cards para din matulungan din po ang ating mga guro. At meron din po tayong Facebook account para po sa mga hotlines po. May binuksan po tayo dahil tuloy-tuloy naman din po 24 hours po ang ating command center po sa Department of Education. Hanapin na po yung DepEd tayo at saka DepEd Philippines. Nandun po yung hotline po. Lalo-lalo na sa mga teachers po na mga nangangailangan. Hindi, para po sa mga teachers, nandito po kami para sa inyo. Hindi rin kami natutulog katulad po ninyo. Salamat po naman.
And finally, with more than 20 million SK voters, I would like to ask Mr. Ronald Gardema from the NYC for a brief statement.
Good afternoon po. Mula sa National Youth Commission, kami ay nananawagan sa mga kabataang Pilipino. Tanghali pa lang ngayon, pwede pa kayong bumoto, participate in these elections. Ngayong ito ang unang eleksyon under the Duterte administration at napakaayos. Kita ninyo, ito ay isang interagency activity. Naririto ang COMELEC, AFP, PNP, DILG, DepEd, DOH, NYC. Sinisigurado na maayos ang inyong eleksyon. At ito, nananawagan kami sa mga kabataang Pilipino. Kayo ang mas energetic. Maging kapartner kayo ng ating gobyerno ngayong araw na ito. Pag may nakikita kayong election violations, picturean ninyo, i-report nyo sa 8888. Marireceive agad namin dito yan sa command center. Gusto ninyo ng pagbabago sa bansa, baguhin ninyo ang inyong barangay. I-report ninyo sa gobyerno pag may nakikita kayong mali ngayon sa araw ng eleksyon. At para naman sa mga SK candidates, ito ay hindi, pag nanalo kayo ngayong araw na ito, hindi pa tapos ang inyong trabaho. Ito ay day 1 pa lang. Ang inyong National Youth Commission, kung merong National Police Commission para sa mga police wrongdoings, naririto kami, titingnan namin, i-monitor namin kung kayo, mga bagong SK officials ay ginagawa ninyo ang inyong tungkulin sa inyong mga youth community, sa inyong barangay at sa ating bansa. So maraming salamat po sa COMELEC at sa ating interagency activity po ngayon. Napakaganda po ng eleksyon ngayong araw na ito.
At ngayon naman po, dahil na nagkaroon na tayo ng overview sa mismong halalan, gusto ko sana hingin yung mga pahayag from our own commissioners po, no? Patungkol sa kanilang napapanood dito sa kaganapan sa ating halalan. Si Com Louie po, I think, is stepped away for a while. Andyan na siya. If we can get a statement from Commissioner Louie Guia. To be followed by statements from Commissioner Rowena Guanzon and, of course, Commissioner Socorro Inting. And to be wrapped up by Chairman, Acting Chair Pareño. So, Com Louie, sir, your views and insights into the elections, please.
Una-una, hindi pa naman tapos yung election. Nagpapasalamat lang kami sa aming mga partners na we just want to emphasize that although COMELEC is the lead agency in conducting elections, we cannot do it alone. I mean, all the other agencies of government, ang sabi sa batas, dinideputize namin sila, but ang treatment namin talaga dyan, partners. No? Salamat po sa inyong mga tulong at without you, we cannot have a successful election. So yun lang po, maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po. And from our commissioners, Commissioner Maria Ru-
I would like to thank also our government agencies partners in making this barangay and SK elections possible and a success. We want to reiterate na ang mga daycare centers po ay dapat nakabukas ngayon. Dapat kanina pa nga bago alas 7, nakabukas na yon. The Commission and Bank issued a resolution requiring all our election officers to ensure that our daycare centers are open. So we are appealing to the LGUs, specifically to the City Social Welfare and Development Officers, to please open your daycare centers with staff and food for the children so the mothers can go out, leave their children in the daycare centers and vote. If you have not done so, may we request you to please open your daycare centers before 2 o'clock. I have requested the Region 6, 7, and 8 election officers to report by 1:30. Any daycare center that remains closed or polling premises that have no daycare centers as of 2 o'clock. The Gender and Development Executive Committee is also monitoring violence against women in elections, and we will appreciate the help of the media and all the citizens in monitoring election violence, because election violence discourages women from participating in elections in various ways, as candidates, as voters, or supporters. And we are not only concerned about physical violence, but also other forms that are being used, such as verbal attacks, intimidation, and threats through social media. I also note that in Bacolod City, there is a report that children as young as below 10 years old were being used to distribute campaign leaflets inside the polling school premises. And this is one tactic of candidates that they think they can get away with. Well, we have those leaflets, and in my opinion, the names that appear on those leaflets are liable under our election law, and complaints should be filed against them by any person, by any citizen, or motu proprio by our election officer. I also note that another form of intimidation and technique has been used in some provinces that are not in Region 6, 7, and 8, but it's alarming. It is that threats are being used against candidates to withdraw. This is election violence of a subtle but obvious form that should be recorded and should be reported as election violence. Again, I would like, in behalf of the Gender and Development Committee of the Commission and Bank, I would like to request all of you, the DILG, the NYC, the PNP, and the AFP, and the DepEd, of course, to please report any forms of election violence today and up to tomorrow. That will occur even up to tomorrow. Maraming salamat po.
And from our newest commissioner, Commissioner Socorro Inting.
Good noon to everyone. Okay. I am in constant, as the newest appointed commissioner, I am in constant touch with the regional election directors of regions 9, 11, and Caraga region, which are the areas of my responsibility. And so far, the reports are positive. The ongoing voting went on smoothly as of this noon. There are no major untoward events or incidents, and there are only minor incidents that occurred, like one entry to the voting place was blocked, but this was promptly responded by the PNP, and the usual problems that is being encountered is the some voters cannot find their names in the voters list, but this has been resolved promptly. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po. At ako'y napag-utusan ni Acting Chair to just announce very quickly that voters who are persons with disabilities, senior citizens, and heavily pregnant women who are unfortunately assigned to the upper floors of voting centers and who did not manifest their intent to vote in our accessible polling places will now be allowed to vote in a designated emergency accessible polling place located at the ground floor of the voting center where they are assigned. Third members will oversee their voting, accompanied by watchers. We will fill out the details for you later. No? The resolution has already been promulgated. But now, I think Acting Chair Pareño wants to deliver a statement.
In fact, we're in the middle right now. But bago po sa lahat, gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa AFP, saka sa PNP, sa DOH po, sa DepEd, sa NYC, sa DILG po. Napaka-close po ng coordination. Isa rin po yun sa naging factor kaya kami nakapag-open sa mga lahat po ng precincts based on reports. For example po, yung mga islands na malalayo, tumulong po yung AFP. Pag may mga reports po kami ng mga violence or probable violence, ready po yung PNP, nagde-deploy kagad sila. They were able to deploy teachers, policemen also in places na the teachers were unable to serve. So, and for example, earlier there were reports on mga senior citizen po natin, the DOH with the Red Cross, they're very helpful in helping these senior citizens. So we'd like to thank all of them, all of our partners, in ensuring that we were able to open the almost all precincts. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po. And now we will take questions. Okay. Name and organization, please.
Sir, good afternoon. Ron Gagala po, abs-cbn. Sir, for DILG, COMELEC, and PNP, there has been a massive reports about massive vote buying everywhere in the country. What is your information on your end, and what is your course of action on that matter, sir?
Sige po. Nag-usap ko pa ni Chief PNP about this earlier, kaya ibibigay ko siguro sa kanya microphone.
Reports yun, no? Mga reports yan. And some reports were not actually validated. In other parts of the country, especially sa 4A, may na-aresto dyan na 8 because of vote buying activities. So one in Lucena, I think in Calamba and Calawag. So 8 ang na-aresto doon. And just recently, isa dito suspected vote buying activity sa may Taguig. So ito yung mga nakita naman natin na hindi naman natin pinapabayaan. The thing is kaya massive ang reports, no? Kasi one party will report the vote buying and then the other party will also report the vote buying, so that itong yung police natin, kaya we are really very careful dito sa mga reports na to. We need them to be validated without actually having leanings dun sa kasi baka magkakulay, no? So we expect this. Sabi ko nga, ano bang bago sa atin tuwing election? 'Di ba? Bago ba yung vote buying? It's not. 'Di ba? Ang sabi ng ating presidente, we have to we ensure that this election should be safe and clean, no? Yung safety siguro is probably most part of it is the PNP and the AFP. The clean part is probably on the dun sa COMELEC, sa other agencies, and of course yung mga mismong tumatakbo dito, no? So with regards to report, tama ka, kaliwat kanan ang reports dito. So we will not deny that, especially sa PNP. No, ako lang bugbog yung cellphone ko on reports of vote buying. So what we do is we just let the local territorial units to check on this. Hindi naman natin pinapasa walang bahala ito. We always check and we always respond to the text messages of our people also.
Sir?
Well, sa vote buying kasi, it's a matter of evidence. So kung may ebidensya po yung ating mga kababayan, and I've been receiving calls also from them na meron daw silang video, ipadala po natin sa ating kapulisan, to the Philippine National Police, at meron din po ang DILG na Election Task Force. Ipadala po na niyo sa amin para ma-actionan po namin ng tama, because we would need that evidences in order to be able to file cases against these people.
Actually, we receive a lot of reports here as well on vote buying. Andiyan po kami, nagmaman kami kanina, also yung 8888. And we ask them to gather and then to file them directly sa COMELEC so we can quickly act on those complaints.
Yes, please.
Hello from Channel News Asia. For PNP, I wanted to get an update on the Tokhang Oplan operations that you said were going to be carried out in previously before the election started in suspected drug user or drug lord areas, and also the suggestion that suspected drug users or drug lords should take tests before applying. I just wanted to get an update on that.
Yes, definitely the Oplan Tokhang will continue. As I've said in all my messages and speeches, there will be continuity of what the previous leadership have done. The Oplan Double Barrel, the Oplan Tokhang, and the Oplan HPT will all continue. We've seen it that it's really very effective in the improvement of our peace and order. Now, with regards to the challenge of voluntary drug testing, some of the candidates actually heeded to our call, particularly in parts of Region 1, some parts of Mindanao, and in Region 3. They actually heeded to our call, but most parts of the country, they did not. Well, it's up to them. I don't know. No, they say that there's no law that mandates or that requires them to undergo drug testing. Well, that's really true. There's no law that requires them to undergo drug testing, really. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Next question, please.
Sir, sabi niyo nga po kanina 100% ang umpisa ng maayos. Pero sa ngayon ho ba, smoothly pa rin po yung botohan? Kasi may report po sa Maguindanao, merong isang tao doon na nag-walk out yung mga teachers. They walk out of the precincts kasi may allegedly violence.
Nandiyan na ba si... Oo. Minomonitor po namin lahat. Continuous po monitoring namin sa lahat ng areas. In fact, yung kanina meron nga kaming area sa Lanao del Norte rin na binabantayan. Binabantayan po rin namin sa Maguindanao, sa Lanao del Sur, yung bayan ng Masyo. Binabantayan po namin continuously. Patuloy po yan. Tawag kami ng tawag sa mga officers po namin. At yung question po niyo, bine-verify din po namin siya ngayon.
So, percent po yung mga yung apektado po or kinailangan hong itigil yung botohan? Meron...
Sa ngayon, wala pa pong official report sa mga natigil ang botohan. So tuloy-tuloy pa po namin bine-verify.
Yun yung mga na-delay na botohan, i-extend ho ba yung oras ng pagboto?
Contingent.
Kasi di ba 7 to 3, so kung na-delay po.
At yan po ang pinakahuling briefing sa Command Center diyan po sa Maynila sa kabuuan. Nagpapasalamat ho ang ilang mga representatives mula sa COMELEC, sa DepEd, sa DILG, PNP, AFP, maging sa National Youth Commission sa tinatawag nilang so far matagumpay na barangay at sangguniang kabataan elections. At yan ang kabuuan ng special edition ng Balitaan ngayong Lunes, May 14, 2018. Manatiling nakatutok sa CNN Philippines para sa mga pinakabagong balita tungkol sa barangay at sangguniang kabataan.
Good afternoon. I'm Pio Ontiveros. You're watching a special coverage of CNN Philippines and the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. It is past 3 o'clock and voting precincts have closed. Over 1 million candidates vying for more than 670,000 positions, wooing around 57 million voters. Authorities closely monitoring the conduct of the polls, especially in almost 600 so-called critical areas all over the country. We have our correspondents on the ground. Joyce Idas will be reporting from the Commission on Elections Command Center in Intramuros, Manila. Makoy Popioko at the Rosauro Almario Elementary School in Tondo, also in Manila. Cecil Ardizabal in Caloocan, while George Quiles is in President Rodrigo Duterte's hometown of Davao City. Well, government agencies confirm receiving a number of complaints on election violations, among these vote buying. Joyce Idas is at the Commission on Elections Command Center, Manila. Joyce, what can you tell us about these violations?
That's right, Pia. The Philippine National Police said that it received a number of complaints on vote buying. But PNP Chief Director General Oscar Albayalde said that they are still validating these reports. He explains that what usually happens is that one party would call and complain about the vote buying of another party, but that opposing party would also call their hotlines and complain of vote buying of the same or of the other party. Now, Albayalde says so far that 8 have been arrested in Region 4A for vote buying. Now, the Commission on Elections and the Department of Interior and Local Government also confirmed receiving numerous reports of vote buying, but they reiterate that evidence is important for complaints or cases to be filed against these offenders. Now, this is why they urge the public to also gather necessary evidence to support their claims. Now, aside from vote buying, COMELEC Commissioner Rowena Guanzon says they also received reports of intimidation against some candidates to withdraw from the elections. Also, they received reports that children below the age of 10 were being used to distribute campaign materials. That is an election offense. He says the COMELEC will look into these complaints. She also urges the public to report any election offense they see today. Meanwhile, COMELEC Acting Chairman Al Pareño reports that they will be suspending the proclamation of about 1,000 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan election candidates if they win. Pareño says these include SK candidates who are already overaged or barangay candidates who are not registered voters of the barangay where they are running. So far, Pia, the COMELEC says all precincts have already opened today, although some of them opened a little late. Now, for those precincts which opened late, the COMELEC said that they will be extending the voting hours in these precincts, but this is going to be a case-to-case basis. So they are asking the precincts to wait for further announcements from the COMELEC. Pia.
Yeah, Joyce, all these complaints about vote buying, nothing really new. Every election ever since, it's like it's accepted history already, no? Pero ang tanong kasi dito is, kanina sinabi mo, binanggit mo, people are calling in these complaints. So there are no verified complaints, there are no cases that are being filed, no formal complaints being filed, no evidence presented in these local COMELEC offices, correct?
That's right, Pia. The COMELEC, the DILG, and the PNP said that they are still validating these reports kasi daw baka daw naggamit lang sa politika. Kagaya nga na sinabi ng PNP kanina, may nagrereklamo mula sa isang partido. Tapos yung kalabang partido sila rin nagrereklamo ng parehong vote buying. Sinabi rin ng COMELEC na dinidinig naman nila ang mga complaints na pinapaabot sa kanilang ahensya, pero inamin din na nila na talagang mabagal ang pagdinig nila sa mga complaints na ito dahil nang aminado sila kulang ang mga abogado nila sa law department. Ngayon, sinasabi nila, hindi lang naman daw, kapag daw meron kayong ebidensya ng vote buying o iba pang election offenses, hindi lang daw sa COMELEC pwedeng magreklamo. Pwede rin daw kayong magsampa mismo ng kaso sa mga lower courts, sa piskal, kung meron kayong sapat na ebidensya para dito. Pia.
And Joyce, yung sapat na ebidensya na sinasabi mo, syempre halimbawa, and we have seen some of that already, no? Merong mga halimbawa, yung pera na binibigay, yung sample balot na kalakip ng pera halimbawa, hindi ba? Meron din naman ganon. Pero what are you saying? Na ang sinasabi ba ng COMELEC, karamihan ng mga reklamo mga phone complaints lang, called-in complaints, people verbalizing these allegations but not presenting any real evidence?
Tama, Pia. Ang sinasabi nga ng COMELEC ay kailangang dumaan ito sa proseso. Kailangan mo na nilang i-verify na totoo nga ang mga natatanggap nilang mga complaints. Sinabi nga nila na marami naman sa mga complaints na ito ay totoo rin, pero yun nga, kailangan mo na itong dumaan sa proseso. Sinabi ng DILG kanina ni Assistant Secretary Jonathan Malaya, mayroon sa DILG nagsusumite mismo ng mga video sa kanila ng vote buying. Yon, tinututukan daw nila yon at pinag-aaralan kung ano ang mga talaga bang sufficient ito para makapagsampa ng kaso laban sa mga kandidato nga na bumili ng boto, dahil minsan pwede rin kasing ang nangyayari ay nagkukunwari na representative ng isang kandidato ito, o minsan ay set up para talaga magkaroon, para makasuhan ang ibang mga kandidato. Pia.
Joyce, alam ko medyo mahirap ito, no, na sagutin ng COMELEC, pero, and this is something we will ask James Jimenez also, but when will we get an idea as to voter turnout? This might take a little bit longer. After all, these are Barangay, Sangguniang, Kabataan elections.
Yes, Pia, tinanong natin kanina yan, assessment sa kakalabasan ng eleksyon na ito. Pero sinasabi nga nila, mamaya raw alas 7 ng gabi magkakaroon sila ng isa pang press conference at doon nila ibibigay ang lahat ng kanilang assessment. At inaasahan nga rin nila na pagkatapos ng pagkasara ng voting precinct o pagkatapos ng botohan mamaya ay tuloy-tuloy naman na ito, magbibilang na rin ng mga boto, pero mamaya raw saka sila magbibigay ng update ng lagay nga kung naging successful ba ang bilangan na rin ng mga boto. Pia.
Alright, salamat. Joyce Ila is reporting from the COMELEC Command Center in Intramuros, Manila. COMELEC accredited Citizens Arm, the National Movement for Free Elections, or NAMFREL, monitored the conduct of elections. NAMFREL Secretary General Eric Alvia took note of some voter complaints.
Maraming hindi nakita yung pangalan, no? At yung pangalawa, yung mga may kapansanan o yung mga matatanda, no? Dapat may special voting precincts yan, pero hindi naka-set up, no? Yung sa una, bakit nakita natin na maraming nawawala yung pangalan? Alalahanin natin nung past automated elections, yung clustered precincts, apat na regular precincts sa bawat isang clustered precinct. Ngayon, ginawan 2. So ngayon, hinala namin na nandun lang, na-shuffle lang yung kanilang pangalan sa iba-ibang presinto. Nandun pa rin yun. Pag hinanap mo talaga ng husto, it's tedious, pero pag hinanap mo ng husto, pag pumunta ka dun sa voting assistance desk naman, nakikita nila, pero yung mga iba naman, they get deterred, no? Pag hindi nila makita yung pangalan nila, tas sobrang init, magulo, wala din yung initially yung pangalan nila dun sa hawak na voting center desk,
hindi na boboto.
Umuwi na sila. Sayang yun. Nandun na sila. Konting pagod lang na. Nagpagod na kayo. So, konting hanapin nyo lang sa COMELEC representative doon o doon sa voters assistance desk ng isang watchdog. No?
We asked netizens about their voting experience. Here's what they have to say. Jedi Lavinia says there is too much indelible ink. Not so much, but too much. Natalie Panganiban urged voters to leave their vehicles behind to avoid traffic, especially if their precincts are just walking distance from their homes. And Jet says, tamang daan, piliin, wag 5 daan. You can send in your thoughts on our Twitter and Facebook pages at CNN Philippines. You're watching a special coverage of CNN Philippines on the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. We'll be right back. You're watching a special coverage of CNN Philippines on the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte, the president's daughter, cast her vote this morning. Let's see if the president has also voted. Our George Cahilas, or did vote, we presume. George Cahilas reporting from Davao City. George, what can you tell us?
Well, Pia, we're inside the polling center where President Duterte is supposed to vote. But we waited till the closing of the polling center, but the president did not arrive. So this is the chair where the president is supposed to sit should he arrive here before 3 in the afternoon. But we have yet to get a word why the president did not vote this barangay elections. Now, Davaoeños who waited for the president were somehow dismayed or disappointed since they waited for a few hours just to have a glimpse of the president. This morning, what you mentioned, Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte said that his father will vote or will cast his vote in this precinct, but she wasn't really sure about the exact time. And what we know so far is that the president spent his weekend here in Davao City, and we're informed that he has an activity in Manila tonight. Now, as of now, we have yet to get a word if the president has already left Davao City. But Mayor Sara Duterte mentioned earlier that they have yet to get any reports of untoward incidents in relation to the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan polls here in Davao City, although there were cases of possible election-related violence in 2 barangays here. But according to the police, they made sure that the area has enough security forces to ensure that there will be no commotions or no untoward incident will happen during the voting proper and even during the counting of the votes. Yeah.
George, you're saying that the president did not vote there. Is it possible that he had, that he was in another precinct or his assigned precinct is somewhere else in there?
Well, we don't have any information if the COMELEC extended that courtesy to the president. But as far as this polling precinct is concerned, they will not give any special treatment to the president since the polling center has already closed. No other voters can cast their votes in this particular precinct. Yeah.
All right, George Cahilas there, reporting from Davao. Anytime there's an update from there, we're going to go back to you in just a bit. Meantime, election officials say voting in Cebu went smoothly, except for a shooting at the house of an incumbent barangay chairman in the southern town of the province. Cebu-based journalist Dale Israel reports.
Yeah, hours before voting began, a shooting happened in the southern town of Cebu province. Election officials say the house of a sitting barangay chairman in Dumanhog town was shot at around 1:30 this morning. No one was injured, but police found gunshot holes on the steel gate of the house of Bulak Barangay Chairman Reynaldo Albios. Other than this incident, election officials say voting went smoothly. In Cebu City, vote buying is reportedly rampant in different barangays. People have been posting on social media the cash they received allegedly from the candidates. Pia?
Dale, just one question. Sabi mo, people have been posting on social media yung mga pera na natatanggap daw nila. Pero meron bang nagsasampa ng kaso? Meron bang nagsasampa ng formal complaint?
Yeah, I was talking to a COMELEC official a while ago. He said that they did not receive any complaint, a formal complaint from those that said that there was vote buying. Yeah.
All right. So Dale, I wonder if you asked that official, or I suppose they will say, and this is something we'll ask James Jimenez, no? Even kahit na mag-post ang mga netizens sa social media, hindi ibig sabihin nun na nagsampa na sila ng reklamo. In other words, kailangan magsampa ng formal na reklamo, hindi ba?
Yeah, yes. The COMELEC official said that there must be a formal complaint that will be lodged at the COMELEC office before they can look into that complaint. Yeah.
All right. Dale Israel reporting from Cebu. Thank you, Dale. Let's go to Caloocan City. Our senior correspondent Cecil Ardizabal is there. Cecil, what can you tell us?
Pia, that's right. I'm here at Bagong Silang Elementary School in Caloocan City. This is one of the biggest polling precincts in Caloocan City. There are no major problems encountered here, except that there are some voters who were having difficulty and who couldn't look or find their names in their polling precincts. Take the case of 59-year-old Jessica Malyari. She told us that teachers told her to just look for her name in a nearby polling centers in Caloocan, but instead of going there, because she's 59 years old, she's waited for hours and she's having difficulty walking. So instead of going there, she just opted to go home. Here's our interview with her.
Hindi na makita yung pangalan ko eh. Pero taon-taon doon ako bumuboto sa second floor, nandoon ang pangalan ko. Ngayon wala na. Ngayon sabi nila punta daw ako sa Kalayaan at saka sa Phase 3. Ayoko na pumunta, masakit ang tuhod ko, hirap ako lumakad. Yung apo ko ang naghahanap ng pangalan ko. Sabi ko doon sa apo ko, pag di mo makita, uwi na tayo.
We also went around some polling precincts in Quezon City, and we found out that there are some candidates and food vendors who are violating election rules. For example, in Barangay St. Peter, we've seen that there are some campaign materials just set up a few meters or a few feet away from the polling precinct, and opposing candidates are saying that they will not take down theirs if their rivals will not also take down theirs. And so aside from that, we've also seen food stalls just set up outside some polling precincts in Quezon City. There are 4 barangays that are considered by the PNP as areas of immediate concern. These are the barangays Santo Domingo, Barangay Valencia, Nayong Kaunlaran, and Barangay Pasong Putik. Specifically, in the case of Barangay Santo Domingo, it has been named as an area of immediate concern because in the past there has been shooting incidents in the area during election time, and it seems that residents are now more vigilant. There are CCTVs around, and we've also seen police visibility. In the case of Barangay Valencia, there are no schools, no churches, or no any other covered court that are near the barangay hall. That's why the COMELEC has designated the venue, which is the parking lot of the barangay hall of Barangay Valencia, and also they put up tents just along a stretch of Santolan Road. And so some voters were also having a hard time because it was also hot during that time. Also, in the case of Barangay Nayong Putik, there were no major concern except that some senior citizens and persons with disabilities have complained that it took them some time before they were able to cast their votes. PPCRV representatives have explained to us that because their polling precincts are located on the 2nd floor, that's why they told the senior citizens to just wait at a room at the 1st floor and they will just be handed their ballots. But it took some time before the teachers were able to do that because there were so many voters during that time. So generally peaceful in some polling precincts in Quezon City and Caloocan City. Pia.
Cecil, just one question. Binanggit mo lang yung isang insidente doon. Merong mga campaign materials malapit lang sa mga polling centers. Tapos ano yung sabi mo? Yung isang side, sabi nila, hindi namin tatanggalin yung sa amin kung hindi tatanggalin ng kabila yung sa kanila. Tama ba yun?
That's right. Alam mo, tama yun, Pia. Tinanong namin, we were able to ask one political group. We asked there, why are you not putting away your campaign materials? And so ang sabi sa atin, hanggat hindi daw tinatanggal nung kabilang side yung kanilang mga campaign materials, ay hindi rin nila tatanggalin yung campaign materials nila. But they were able to also tell the principal about that. But just because during that time it was already 7 or 7:30 at nagdadagsaan na nga yung mga voters, and so the principal and some teachers did not have much time to attend to their needs. But of course, we will be getting updates from their sides, Pia.
Cecil Lardizabal reporting from Caloocan. Let's speak now with COMELEC spokesman James Jimenez. Good afternoon, Mr. Jimenez. Thank you for joining us. Sir?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Okay, can we begin with this? No, I was just speaking to...
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, I was just speaking to Cecil Lardizabal in Caloocan, and she was saying that For example, no, there was one case of may mga campaign materials ng mga kandidato malapit lang sa polling precinct. Sinabi ng isang side, no, isang panig na hindi daw nila tatanggalin yung sa kanila kung hindi tatanggalin ng kabilang panig naman yung sa kanila, yung campaign materials nila. Although this was brought to the attention of the teachers, the BEIs, for example, does the COMELEC see this as para bang pwede namang gawin ng botante o ng mga politiko o ng mga kandidato yung dapat nilang gawin? We can police our own ranks. We can... kailangan bang COMELEC magsabi sa kanila na tanggalin nyo yan kasi bawal yan? Alam naman nating lahat na bawal yan, hindi ba?
Opo. But of course, the thing is, candidates will try to get, will try to get their way kung kaya naman nila talaga. Ang problema natin dyan is that it's not really conducive to orderly elections, no? Kaya nga sinasabi natin sa kanila, kailangan silang magkusa pagdating sa mga ganitong bagay.
Right. Well, thank you, James, also for removing your override at that point. Kasi I understand the feedback. No, I just wanted to explain to the viewers. So now I want to ask you. Just a while ago, our George Cahiles was reporting from Davao, and he's saying that the president, President Rodrigo Duterte, is a no-show in his precinct, and that the polls have closed. What's going to happen now? If the president's a no-show, then we are presuming that he didn't get to vote. What's next? And do you have any information as to the reason why the president didn't show up in his polling precinct?
Well, we don't have any information about why the president didn't show up, but unfortunately, you're right. We do have rules, so I guess we'll find out how the local COMELEC deals with this particular issue, considering the personalities involved. But certainly, the rule simply is that the voting closes at 3 p.m. And if you're not in the polling place by 3 p.m. and you're not on the list of the people who are allowed to finish their voting process until even after 3 p.m., then that might cause a problem for anyone who hasn't been able to vote yet.
Ms. Jimenez, I know that this morning, during this morning's press conference, you already address the issue of yung mga pangalan halimbawa ng mga botante na nawawala, no? Kanina lang, we used this portion of an interview with Eric Alvia of NAMFRA, and he was saying dapat people should be patient and just look for their names. Hanapin na lang yung mga pangalan. So that's one. You can always look for your names. It might be in the next room, halimbawa. It might be in yung katabing presinto. However, there are some voters. Just a while ago, Cecil Ardizabal was speaking to one elderly woman, 59-year-old woman, although not yet a senior citizen. She was saying na hindi niya talaga mahanap yung pangalan, apo daw niya naghahanap. So we might have multiple cases of this. How do we resolve this para, come next year, 2019, no? Midterm elections, 2022, national elections na naman, ano bang pwedeng gawin natin?
Well, actually, Piano, one of the things that we're looking at really is reinstating the online precinct finder. That's the thing that the lack of which we have actually really felt this time around. We've had to take down the online precinct finder because of security concerns, and we've had to rely on the call center to provide information about precinct assignments. While that has worked very well, the sad thing is a lot of people really do prefer the precinct finder to having to call any phone number, right? So I think with the longer lead up to the national elections in 2019, then perhaps having the online precinct finder being available might work. The other thing that we can do is really perhaps just try to get the public even more aware of the fact that a lot of times the reason they're not on the list is because they missed 2 consecutive elections prior to this one. Many of the people who have complained that many of the people have complained are actually turning out to have been deactivated.
All right, so two 2 consecutive elections, and that would be a reason why your name would not be on the list. Like you said, you're looking at reinstating this online precinct finder, which was very, very helpful in the 2016 elections. But now, when you say security concerns, you're talking about the leak, right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Jimenez, I wanted to ask you also, kanina nabanggit na natin, no, polls, for example, in Davao, where the president was supposed to vote, polls closed. All polls have closed already all over, except for those na nag-extend, halimbawa ng elections.
Well, again, no, the extension naman has to be connected to a delay in the beginning or at the start of the voting. So it's not like we're handing out elections at random. It's something that we will be doing if that particular precinct suffered a setback or a delay in the start of voting.
All right. Mr. Jimenez, I'd like to ask you, now what's happening is that people voted manually. They were writing down the names of the candidates, which means ang mga balota dun sa ballot box, yung ballot box doon sa isang presinto halimbawa, bubuksan at doon magbibilangan, doon mismo sa presinto with everybody watching.
That's right. The teachers will be opening up the ballot boxes. They will be segregating the Sangguniang Kabataan ballots and the Barangay ballots, and then they will proceed to read each ballot out loud. As the names are called out loud, marks are going to be made on the bulletin, on the blackboard, and eventually they're going to tally the individual results.
Okay, the marks are going to be made on that election return, no? But since this is a barangay election, so there are several precincts per barangay, correct, sir? So paano yan magko-consolidate? And then is there like a, because in local elections or national elections, merong municipal canvassing, hindi po ba? But this time, barangay to. So what's it going to look like?
Right. That's why we're going to have a barangay board of canvassers. And what they're going to do is they're going to canvass the results from individual precincts. Again, but since we're talking about only of a barangay, then these results will be coming from very close by. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to get all of the canvass reports together, and then the BBOC, or the Barangay Board of Canvassers, will tally up the totals, and they will be the ones doing the proclamation at the end of the day.
All right, end of the day. So that means we can expect results, well, like you said, end of the day, by tonight, perhaps, no? And an initial assessment, turnout of voters, yes. We're going to find that out by 7 o'clock tonight?
That's right, that's right. We're hoping to have some information about the turnout of voters, as well as the general conduct of the elections, sort of assessment or an initial assessment of the conduct of the voting a little later tonight, probably around 7 o'clock.
Mr. Jimenez, just one last question. A while ago, Dale Israel of Cebu was reporting about vote buying. Of course, we've had many reports, multiple reports from all over the country. However, there are some that come in through social media. So, pinopost ng netizens, may perang binigay, kalaki daw ang sample ballot, etc. No, maraming ganon. So, ang isang tanong ko kay Dale is, itong bang mga nagpo-post sa social media, nagsasampa ba ng formal na reklamo? Because that is what you need, right, sir? You need people to file a formal complaint and not just talk about it on social media.
Right. During our press con earlier, Police Chief Albayalde made the point. There are a lot of reports. There are a lot of complaints about vote buying, but only very few have actually been verified. How do we get to the point of verification? The only time we can get to verification is if we have something actionable to move forward with. Again, posting pictures online, while they are helpful in the sense that it gives us a sense of how large the problem is, as far as getting anything done to actually resolve the problem, they're not all that helpful. That's why we've been asking people, if you see vote buying, or if you think you know that a vote buying operation is underway, please report it to the authorities. tell people in your community who will be able to help you to process this properly so that you're not just putting out pictures online, you're actually getting something done.
Mr. Jimenez, any announcements you'd like to make right now?
Well, it's 3:30, and I guess for the most part, the polling has closed in many places. But again, in some places, we have had to make sure that the delays that were encountered earlier in the morning are made up for by a little additional time before closing. So we're going to monitor that, and at around 7 p.m., we'll give you the more complete updates.
James Jimenez, spokesman for the Commission on Elections. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us now. This is a CNN Philippines special coverage on the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. We'll be right back. Welcome back to this special coverage. Let's go now to Makoy Popioco. He is in Tondo, Manila. Let's see if all voters at the Rosauro Almario Elementary School cast their ballots as of 3 o'clock this afternoon. Makoy, please tell us what happened.
Pia, earlier at 3 p.m., we heard the school bell ring. This signaled the end of voting, which means only those within the 50-meter radius from the poll precincts will be allowed to vote. Earlier, we saw poll workers prepare papers with numbers that they will distribute to those who are still waiting in line. Only those with numbers will be allowed to vote. We're here at Rosauro Almario Elementary School, where over 50,000 people from 175 barangays in this densely populated Tondo district in Manila cast their votes. Even at noontime today, we saw hundreds of voters continue to arrive. I'm checking my weather app now. It's still, or the temperature here in Manila is still at 36 degrees Celsius. Like inside, and the corridors are crowded and poorly ventilated. It's so humid. No wonder why some voters fainted and were attended to by the medics on standby. Yes, the temperature is high, so is the frustration of the voters here. 67-year-old person with disability, Renato Bagalay, cried in frustration. He's been waiting since 8 in the morning at the designated poll precinct for senior citizens and PWDs.
Kanina pa ako eh. Ngayon, hindi ko na po kaya eh. Kanina ang daming tao rito. Ngayon kami na pag-iwanan eh. Paano po yan?
Sa akin lang po, malakas pa ako. Kahit 60 na ako, malakas pa ako. Eh sa kanya po hindi siya makakaakyat eh. Ngayon, pumunta po ako sa presinto namin. Ayaw po bumaba yung teacher. Nandun na naman po lahat yung pangalan namin. Nakuha ko na, binigay ko sa kanya. Wala daw po silang karapatan bumaba.
After 5 hours of waiting, Renato and his wife have finally cast their votes. The poll workers were very apologetic, and they said that they had a hard time attending to them due to the surge of voters this morning. Pia.
Makoy Popioco there reporting from Tondo in Manila. Now, officials in Tacloban City in Leyte say voting there went smoothly. Let's get an update from Tacloban-based journalist Wilmark Amazona. Wilmark?
Yeah, voting went smoothly in Eastern Visayas region with no reports of untoward incidents in areas with history of election violence as of noontime. At least 284 villages in the region have been identified as election hotspots due to intense political rivalries, threats of armed rebels, and violence committed by private armed groups. Assistant Election Regional Director Felicitimo Embalsado said the presence of police and military near polling places, especially in election areas of concern, help prevent violence. The police regional office confirmed no untoward incident until noon. The COMELEC expect all areas are now in the period of canvassing of votes. Pia.
Wilmark Amazona there reporting from Tacloban City. In Bukidnon, a number of voters couldn't find their names on the official list. Bukidnon-based journalist Melchor Velez reports.
Voters blame the clustering of several precincts as the cause for the mix-up. Some voters who lost patience just went home. Barangay Poblacion has the most number of registered voters among the 31 barangays in Valencia City. It has 20,344 registered voters. For now, the canvassing of votes in various points are ongoing. Pia.
Melchor Velez there reporting from Bukidnon. Let's speak now to the chairman of the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, or PPCRV, former COMELEC Commissioner Rene Sarmiento. We're going to speak to him in just a bit. Line got cut. We'll get a better line to him in just a bit. In the meantime, let's do a little recap first of our interview a while ago with James Jimenez, the spokesman for the Commission on Elections. We did ask him about if they had any information that President Duterte was a no-show at his polling precinct in Davao City. Mr. Jimenez saying that there is no information. However, the rules do say that anyone who is not within the polling precinct at 3 o'clock in the afternoon will not be able to vote. But he said, Ms. Jimenez saying that they're waiting for a report from their local COMELEC office in Davao as to how they are dealing with that situation. I did also ask him about multiple complaints that are coming in from different parts of the country about alleged vote buying incidents. Ms. Jimenez was saying, just a repeat actually also of what Chief PNP Oscar Abayalde had said, that apart from or even more than posting on social media, that means Facebook or Twitter, for people not just to complain on social media about vote buying, but to file formal complaints before local COMELEC offices and the authorities in their areas. It's not enough, Ms. Jimenez is saying, for people to complain on social media. Also, when it comes to looking for names, we've had multiple reports, as you've seen in many of our live points all over the country, people complaining about their names missing, their names being shifted around. First of all, Mr. Jimenez is saying that if you were not able to vote in 2 consecutive elections, then that would mean that your name had been stricken off the voters list. And that would mean that you wouldn't be able to vote in this barangay election. Hindi na kayo makakaboto or hindi na kayo nakaboto ngayon. However, there are instances, and this is something that NAMFREL also said, there are instances na nawala lang ang pangalan, na reshuffle lang, na shuffle lang sa ibang presinto. NAMFREL saying, and the COMELEC saying that just be a little patient and try and look for your names. Of course, that is a little bit too late. As we all know, the polls have closed already, except for certain areas in different parts of the country. James Jimenez also saying that they are looking to reinstate this online precinct finder, which they took down because of due to security reasons. And that is, remember that massive data leak that happened about a year, 2 years ago. He is saying that, and I'm presuming that we all remember that that made things a lot easier. Now, also, Jimenez is saying that the Barangay Board of Canvassers, because what we know is that when there is an election, the municipal or the city board of canvassers will canvass results from different precincts. But since this is a barangay election, what they have in place is a Barangay Board of Canvassers, or BBOC. That is where they're going to canvass all the returns from the different precincts. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, when polls closed across the country, ang dapat na nangyari, sinila yung ballot box mamayang konti, dapat bubuksan yan. According to James Jimenez, hihiwalayin yung mga balota para sa Sangguniang Kabataan elections at yung balota para sa barangay elections. at magbibilang. They're going to put the votes cast on an election return. Now that election return is going to be canvassed by a barangay board of canvassers. Now we're going to speak now to, and that was what James Jimenez was telling earlier. We're going to speak now to the chairman of the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, former COMELEC Commissioner Rene Sarmiento. Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pia. Good afternoon to your listeners and televiewers.
Yes, sir. Well, you know, every election we get all sorts of complaints and para na tayong sirang plaka. Ano po?
That's
Kumbaga
correct.
nasanay na tayo.
Opo.
Pero, well, let's begin with this. And this is something I asked James Jimenez. You know, people, for example, complaining about vote buying. And ngayon, sa social media, nangyari, they'll take pictures, post it on social media. Ang sabi ni James Jimenez, at ang sabi din ni Chief PNP Odi Albayalde, huwag lang kayo mag-post sa social media, magsampa din kayo ng kaso. Tama? Yun po ang kailangan, hindi po ba, sir?
That's correct, Pia. I think we have to improve the filing of complaints. Mere affidavits plus pictures will suffice. Our experience, Pia, in the COMELEC many years ago, there are no complainants. So if there are complainants, I think high time for them to be civic conscious and file the appropriate complaints right away.
Okay. And also, sir, this, repeat complaint, people who can't find their names in the different voters list. Kanina, ang sabi ni Eric Alvia ng NAMFREL, just be a little patient. It might have been just shuffled to another precinct. Hanapin nyo na lang.
That's correct, Pia.
Pero meron ding mga incidents na halimbawa hindi pala nakaboto in the last two elections. So
Yes. I have to explain, Pia. Names could be found in the ECBL but not in the PCBL. So what happened in Metro Manila is that if your name is not in the ECBL, you are in the PCBL, you are allowed to vote in the polling stations.
Spell it out, sir. ECBL, PCBL.
Posted computerized voters list.
Okay.
So that's the PCBL. Now, could be that your name is there but not in the other one. But there are polling stations that if your name appears in one, you'll be allowed to vote. This happened in Metro Manila, and this was reported to me just this afternoon. Unfortunately, if your name is not in the two list, you have voted twice, then you will be deactivated. Because this is a national election. If in two consecutive elections you fail to vote, then you will be deactivated.
Well, because usually, sir, hindi po ba nangyayari? And you can tell by the look on their faces when kanina ang daming mga nakausap na hindi daw nila mahanap yung pangalan, etc. There is that look of trauma and panic on their faces. It's like, sino nagpatanggal sa akin? Parang ganun, ano? Yeah, they presume na pinatanggal sila, yung...
That is very possible kasi, possible, Pia, because under the law, if you fail to vote twice, then automatically you will be deactivated. So hindi ka bumoto, nag-abroad ka. So kung nakalimutan mo, two consecutive national elections, you'll be automatically deactivated.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, sir, also this issue of, a while ago, our George Quiles was reporting from Davao City. He was at the precinct where President Duterte was supposed to vote. His report was that the president didn't show up to vote, no? And, no info. I had asked COMELEC spokesman James Jimenez about it. Wala din silang info. Naghihintay sila kung ano ba nangyari. They're waiting for the local COMELEC office to tell them what happened.
Should be polling station, Pia. We call it polling station at the precinct. So he wasn't able to vote in the polling station. So that's very unfortunate that the president was not able to vote.
Okay. What other concerns are we looking at, sir, in terms of, for example,
we received reports about violent incidents, one in Region 1. I was talking to the regional director of the COMELEC. There were two violent incidents. One was election-related, one was not. But reports of these incidents are isolated. No, there are no massive incidents of violence committed. Well, there are reports of vote buying in some areas in Central Luzon and even in Metro Manila. But this happens in elections. Hopefully, COMELEC also will improve And even a law will be passed so that it will be easy for a complainant to file a complaint. We were in Taiwan years ago, Pia, with then Chairman Sixto Brillantes. Easy to file a complaint for vote buying in Taiwan. So one way to control vote buying is improve the filing of complaints, make it easy for complainants. And of course, I'm asking Senator Grace for once. Senator Grace, that's when he won in the elections. How do you address vote buying? Well, as he was saying, will improve the livelihood of our people. That's one, and massive voters' education. Because the truth, Pia, is that even professionals also receive money from the vote sellers. So I think the three-pronged approach, Pia, one is make it easy for the filing of complaints, not make it difficult. Number two is massive voters' education, and we, of course, improve the livelihood of our people.
All right. Any other reports that you're getting, sir? Anything unusual happening in any part of the country?
Well, there are reports about, PWDs are able to vote, meaning their names, they have to vote on the second floor. So that's one concern. Yeah. I think the COMELEC and the citizens should improve on this, how to assist persons with disabilities.
Yeah.
So
and
I
some
think
senior citizens also, senior citizens.
How's that, Pia?
Some senior citizens also. We had one report just a while ago, umiiyak yung 67-year-old man, no? He couldn't go up down dun sa second floor.
That's true, Pia. I think this has to be improved. Although in the National Capital Region, we were informed about emergency accessible polling stations. So I think in some polling stations, COMELEC was so creative enough to provide for these emergency polling stations, accessible polling stations. But I think this has to be multiplied and duplicated in many parts of the country.
All right. Rene Sarmiento, former COMELEC Commissioner and PPCRV Chairman right now. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this afternoon. The Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections began early today. Our Cheska Buencamino shares with us some facts and figures about the elections.
The Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections got off to an early start today. Voting was held from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., but those already in line by the cutoff time were still allowed to cast their ballots. There are 42,044 barangays in the country. Each barangay has 16 posts up for grabs. 1 barangay captain, 7 barangay kagawads, 1 Sangguniang Kabataan chairman, and 7 Sangguniang Kabataan kagawads. Registered voters between 15 and 30 years old chose their Sangguniang Kabataan officials. About 500,000 teachers acted as members of the Board of Election Tellers. At the COMELEC Command Center, about 200 officers manned 24-hour public hotlines. Voters were able to inquire about their names on the voters list or ask about their precinct number. The Philippine National Police classified 597 areas in the country as red hotspots, 4,970 as orange hotspots, and 2,071 as yellow hotspots. The red spots are areas that are in a critical situation. Those under orange have presence of armed groups and organized movements outside the law, while yellow spots refer to places with history of political unrest.
Earlier, I spoke with COMELEC spokesman James Jimenez about how the conduct of the polls went today. Here's a portion of that interview.
Now, one of the things that we're looking at really is reinstating the online precinct finder. That's the thing that the lack of which we have actually really felt this time around. We've had to take down the online precinct finder because of security concerns, and we've had to rely on the call center to provide information about precinct assignments. While that has worked very well, the sad thing is a lot of people really do prefer the precinct finder to having to call any phone number, right? So I think with the longer lead up to the national elections in 2019, then perhaps having the online precinct finder being available might work. The other thing that we can do is really perhaps just try to get the public even more aware of the fact that a lot of times the reason they're not on the list is because they missed 2 consecutive elections prior to this one. Many of the people who complained that are actually turning out to have been deactivated.
2 consecutive elections, and that would be a reason why your name would not be on the list. All polls have closed already all over, except for those na nag-extend, halimbawa ng elections.
Well, again, no, the extension naman has to be connected to a delay in the beginning or at the start of the voting. So it's not like we're handing out elections at random. It's something that we will be doing if that particular precinct suffered a setback or a delay in the start of voting.
All right. Mr. Menes, I'd like to ask you, now what's happening is that people voted manually. They were writing down the names of the candidates, which means ang mga balota dun sa ballot box, yung ballot box doon sa isang presinto halimbawa, bubuksan at doon magbibilangan, doon mismo sa presinto with everybody watching.
That's right. The teachers will be opening up the ballot boxes. They will be segregating the Sangguniang Kabataan ballots and the Barangay ballots, and then they will proceed to read each ballot out loud. As the names are called out loud, marks are going to be made on the on the blackboard, and eventually they're going to tally the individual results.
Okay, the marks are going to be made on that election return, no? But since this is a barangay election, so there are several precincts per barangay, correct, sir? So paano yan magko-consolidate? And then is there like a, because in local elections or national elections, merong municipal canvassing, hindi po ba? But this time, barangay to. So what's it going to look like?
Right. That's why we're going to have a barangay board of canvassers. And what they're going to do is they're going to canvass the results from individual precincts. Again, but since we're talking about only of a barangay, then these results will be coming from very close by. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to get all of the canvass reports together, and then the BBOC, or the Barangay Board of Canvassers, will tally up the totals, and they will be the ones doing the proclamation at the end of the day.
Based on data from the Philippine National Police, there have been 36 violent incidents since the beginning of the election period on April 14. 7 of these incidents, including the shooting of former La Union Representative Eufranio Eriguel and Daan Bantayan Cebu Mayor Vicente Loot, are confirmed connected to the elections. 33 deaths have been reported. In the meantime, PNP Chief Oscar Abayalde admits vote buying is still rampant. He says authorities arrested at least 8 people involved in vote buying. He adds they are validating these reports.
Kaliwat kanan ang reports dito. So we will not deny that, especially sa PNP. No, ako lang bugbog yung cellphone ko on reports of vote buying. So what we do is we just let the local territorial units to check on this. Hindi naman natin pinapasa walang bahala ito. We always check. We are really very careful dito sa mga reports na to. We need them to be validated without actually having leanings dun sa kasi baka magkakulay, no. So we expect this. Sabi ko nga, ano bang bago sa atin tuwing election? 'Di ba? Bago ba yung vote buying? It's not.
Well, sa vote buying kasi, it's a matter of evidence. So kung may ebidensya po yung ating mga kababayan, and I've been receiving calls also from them na meron daw silang video, ipadala po natin sa ating kapulisan, to the Philippine National Police, at meron din po ang DILG na Election Task Force. Ipadala po niyo sa amin para ma-actionan po namin ng tama, because we would need that evidences in order to be able to file cases against these people.
This is a special coverage of CNN Philippines on the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. Stay tuned for more updates and Newsnight at 6 o'clock tonight. I'm Pia Ontiveros. Votes have been cast and the counting is on. By tonight, most results of the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections will be known. Here are the quick numbers. There are 57 million registered voters, but the Commission on Elections is yet to say how many actually voted. Over 1 million candidates vied for more than 600,000 positions in 42,000 barangays. CNN Philippines is covering key areas across the country. Our correspondent Joyce Hilas will be reporting from the Commission on Elections Command Center in Intramuros, Manila. Makoy Popioco is at the Rosauro Almario Elementary School in Tondo, also in Manila. And George Cahiles is in President Rodrigo Duterte's hometown of Davao City. In the regions, our stringers are on the ground. We have Ron Lozano in Batangas. Down to the Visayas, we have Dale Israel in Cebu City, Dave Alvarado in Bohol, and in Mindanao, Alwen Saliring in Cagayan de Oro City. President Duterte was a no-show in his polling center in Davao City. This is Mr. Duterte's first barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections since assuming office in 2016. Our George Cahiles reports.
President Duterte has kept casting his vote in this year's barangay elections. And we waited until the closing of the polling centers here in Daniel R. Aguinaldo High School in Matina, Davao City, but the president did not show up.
If he is inside, then we will allow him, but he is not around. So we will close. So we have to follow the rules, no? Okay, that is the law. Yes, of course. Yes, no.
Dozens of supporters of the president waited for him, saying that Mr. Duterte never missed casting his votes in the past years. Since the president did not show up, they are somewhat dismayed, but they're just thinking that the president was attending to a more important matter.
Siyempre, nalungkot. Kasi expected namin na magpunta siya dito mag-vote.
Ano sanang gusto niyong gawin kung nakita niyo si Pangulo?
Siyempre, mag-selfie-selfie, yes. At saka, gusto talaga namin makita siya.
Hindi siya dumating, pero hintayin ko pa rin hanggang 7 o'clock.
Bakit naman, ma'am?
Basta gusto ko lang makita ang president.
Okay lang din.
Bakit?
Maramdaman ko rin na may importante siyang din.
This morning, Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte said the president will cast his vote, but she is not just sure about the exact time. Special Assistant to the President Secretary Bongo also cast his vote in Buhangin Central Elementary School, also here in Davao City early today. What we know so far is that the president spent his weekend here in Davao City and he has a scheduled activity in Manila tonight. So far, the elections went smoothly here in Davao City, despite reported possible election-related violence in 2 barangays over the weekend. Authorities continue to monitor the situation here to ensure the peaceful and orderly declaration of winners. From Davao City, George Cahiles, CNN Philippines.
We reached out to Malacanang for a comment. In a telephone interview, Special Assistant to the President Bongo said he does not want to talk about the issue. We are also reaching out to the presidential spokesperson for comment. President Duterte is now in Davao City. He is flying into Manila for the oath-taking of incoming Tourism Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat in Malacanang later this evening. Well, live with us here in the set, National Youth Commission Officer in Charge, Ronald Cardema. Ronald, welcome to CNN Philippines. You've been here before because you were the chairman, president of Duterte Youth.
Yes, ma'am. And we were advocating for ROTC.
ROTC, right,
yes,
right. Reserve Officers
Training Corps. Yes,
right. Yung pagbalik nun dapat for college. But anyway, well, you're here today as National Youth Commission, OIC.
Yes, ma'am.
And we just came from that story, the president not voting or not showing up in his polling precinct in Davao City to vote for the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. So let's start off with that. What do you think of that? I'm not going to ask you why, because obviously you wouldn't be in a position to know. So what do you think of that?
Sa tingin ko lang, ma'am, okay lang because, alam niyo, napapagod si Pangulo and he was very busy in ensuring that this election would be better, clean, and secure, ma'am. And kami, from the National Youth Commission, pinatawag kami sa COMELEC with the AFP, PNP, DepEd, DOH. Mga 1 week na kami doon, ma'am. Talagang ang marching orders ng Office of the President is to make these elections, the first elections under the Duterte administration, clean and secure, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so as far as you're concerned, that makes up for his not having shown up at the polling center.
Yes, ma'am.
Like you said, sinigurado niya,
yes,
tiniyak niya na magiging malinis itong halalan na ito.
Yes, ma'am. Other politicians talaga nagpapapicture lang sa pagboto para ma-share sa Facebook. Pero itong si Pangulo, talagang pinatawag kami ng pinatawag para lang siguraduhin na for the 50 million Filipinos, this election would be good, would be easy, and mas maayos, malinis, ma'am.
All right. Sangguniang Kabataan elections, your National Youth Commission officer in charge. Tell us first what you think of the way the elections turned out for the SK.
Yes, ma'am. I just came from COMELEC, and na-monitor namin okay ang election today compared to other elections, ma'am. Mas mabilis na deploy yung mga tao, and in close coordination talaga with the AFP and PNP. Napaka-snappy nila, okay yung deployment nila. And kami from the National Youth Commission, we are urging yung mga SK candidates, hindi natatapos today ang inyong role. Hindi dahil nanalo kayo, okay na. We will be monitoring you, the SK officials. Ayaw namin from the National Youth Commission yung mga ginagawa dati sa bulok na SK, yung puro paliga, beauty contest, and house plate numbers lang.
Paliga?
Yes, ma'am.
Basketball?
Yes, ma'am.
Beauty house plate?
Plate numbers, yung number sa bahay niyo, ma'am.
Okay.
So, yun lang ang dating projects ng SK, paulit-ulit.
Okay.
So, now, the National Youth Commission is urging all SK winners, around more than 300,000 spread throughout the 42,000 barangays. The government needs you to advocate for disaster response, for anti-drug, anti-crime, and gusto natin, tinetrain nyo talaga yung mga kapwa nyo kabataan. Hindi yung after nyo manalo today, hindi na kayo makita in the next 2 years. Sumisweldo kayo as SK officials, pero wala na kayo, hindi na kayo matagpuan. So we don't like that. This is the SK Reform Act, and we're trying to reform you, we're trying to reform your barangays, and together we can reform this country.
Ronald, dahil sinabi mo, dapat hindi na the usual na paliga, beauty contest, and house number. Baka wala na tayong makikita ganito.
No. No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Actually, sa sobrang dami ng ganyan, ma'am, minsan yung plate number sa bahay nyo, 2 o 3 na. Because inuulit-ulit nila yung project na yun, ma'am.
Why is that a project of the Sangguniang Kabataan?
Because before, ma'am, talagang inuutos lang sa kanila ng barangay chairman na iyan na yung project nyo. Kasi 10% of their budget, yung budget ng barangay, ma'am. And di nila alam kung saan gagastusin, doon nila ina-allocate.
Okay. So parang the barangay tells the SK na, ito yung paliga beauty contest.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in other words, hindi naman kailangan i-limit dyan, no?
Yes, ma'am. Not only focus there.
Yeah.
Okay pa naman, kaya lang, wag naman yun lang, ma'am.
Okay.
Uso rin dati, ma'am, yung lakbay-aral na mamamasyal lang naman kayo, magbabakasyon. So, sinasayang niyo yung government funds sa ganyan. The Duterte administration returned the Sangguniang Kabataan for all of you, 300,000 youth leaders, to be the direct partners of the government, of the LGU, of the AFP and PNP in securing and uplifting your barangays po.
Okay. You talked about disaster response, anti-drug, anti-crime. Specifically, how are they going to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk first about yung anti-drug and anti-crime.
Anti-drugs. Actually, yung pinaka-basic, ma'am, the youth leaders must orient their youth constituents kung ano bang harmful effects nito sa health ng kabataan at sa inyong komunidad. And kung kaya nyo pa, kung meron mga drug addicts dyan sa inyo, help the government, report it to the PNP or AFP or to the government hotline. It is your duty as a Filipino to secure your community. And as elected leaders, bilang mga SK elected leaders, it is your duty to lead your community in securing your area.
What else can they do besides reporting these people?
Actually, ma'am,
in terms of yung anti-drug activities, kasi halimbawa may mga rehab,
yes, ma'am.
What can they do? Should they be dealing with these people? Should they be trying to convince them to turn away from drugs? Ganun ba yon?
Actually, yung basic lang, ma'am. Kasi, alam niyo, delikado rin.
Yeah.
So, yung basic lang. As elected youth leaders, tell your fellow youth in the area that ang drugs ay masama, don't try it. And kapag may alam kayong mga drug addicts dyan, i-report nyo sa government hotline para naman natutulungan natin ang ating pulisya and kasundaluhan.
And give these people other things to do, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Bukod sa paliga.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So anti-drug, anti-crime, disaster response. This is something
yes,
that they can do
very important disaster response for our country. Ang bagyo sa atin, A to Z, alphabet yan. Alam na natin na lampas 20 ang bagyo this year, lampas 20 next year. Alam natin na lumilindol-lindol na, but we're not doing anything. Antayin pa natin na magka-Typhoon Yolanda uli or lumindol sa Metro Manila. Ang Sangguniang Kabataan, 300,000 youth leaders strategically deployed in all the 42,000 barangays. The SK must utilize their funds to teach their fellow youth kung anong gagawin pag bumagyo, bumaha, lumindol. Kasi ang mas madaling immobilize, ma'am, kabataan. Ang magliligtas sa mga lolo't lola natin, tayong mga kabataan. And we have social media now. Lagi tayo nasa social media. Mas madali ang kabataan at social media itap, ma'am.
All right. Ronald, I suppose you voted today, right?
I was not able to vote, ma'am.
Because?
Because I came from Comelec and...
okay. So hindi ka nakauwi
sa aming province, ma'am.
Okay. So pero you voted naman sa 2016.
Yes, ma'am. I voted for...
So you will not be delisted kasi 2 consecutive elections daw.
Yes, ma'am.
But you are sure to vote 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Next year. Okay. Because that's one of the... I suppose that's one of the responsibilities, no, of young people.
Yes, ma'am.
Registered, you should vote.
Election day is a day of change. Kumbaga, you're electing your new leaders. And kapag bulok-bulok yung boto nyo, so don't expect na may change dyan sa area nyo. Kaya nga, we enjoined the Filipino youth to vote for your kung sinong natitipuan nyo dyan, sinong maayos dyan sa lugar ninyo para ma-uplift yung area nyo.
Okay. Ronald, you know, in the past, I remember even when you were advocating the return of ROTC, for example, and you would also get into scrapes with several anti-Duterte protesters, halimbawa, no, on the street. What do you think of that now, no? After everything you've said tonight about the Sangguniang Kabataan, do you get criticized for what you say about what the SK should be doing, for example?
Actually, ma'am, I get criticized lagi because I'm an official in the Duterte administration. But kita nyo naman, ma'am, kahit dati yung kay Mr. Jim Paredes, nagharap kami, inaway niya ako. Hindi ko naman siya inaway, ma'am. And kapag may nagsasabi sa akin na ano ba yung ginagawa nyo dyan, sabi ko, noong isang araw, ang dami nagsasabi, wala nang demokrasya sa bansa. Sabi ko, the Duterte administration is helping you in your main exercise for democracy, which is the election day. And now, nireturn ang Sangguniang Kabataan. All the youth of the land can vote for their youth leaders in their community. So, mas pinalawak pa yung demokrasya. So, ang kailangan natin dito talagang pagtutulungan, ma'am. Hindi natin kaya baguhin ang bansa. Kahit si Pangulong Duterte, hindi niya kaya mag-isa. He's always saying, I do this for the youth of the land. Now that we have the Sangguniang Kabataan, the youth and the youth of the land must help our government in changing our country, in changing your community po.
Okay, final question. Kanina you said, for example, no, the SK can be involved in anti-drug, anti-crime operations by informing, no?
Yes, ma'am. Information.
Reporting disaster response, halimbawa. What specifically will or is the National Youth Commission doing in coordination with the Sangguniang Kabataan?
Yes, ma'am. Talagang itinataas natin ngayon ang role ng National Youth Commission. Kung merong National Police Commission for all the airing caps, we have an active National Youth Commission now, NYC, who will monitor you from today until the last day of your term as SK officials. Hindi kami papayag na ibinalik ng Duterte administration ng SK, tapos wala-wala lang. After maboto ngayon, manalo kayo, hindi na kayo magpapakita. Alam namin merong mga...
Pwede niyong kasuhan for that?
Yes, ma'am. We can recommend to the DILG na isuspend sila o kasuhan sila, ma'am.
Dahil ang SK syempre under DILG.
Yes, ma'am. Matagal na wala ang SK and ngayon ibinabalik ito. Hindi kami papayag na mabulok pa rin or bulok pa rin yung sistema.
Okay.
We will use this SK to change our community and to change our country.
Ronald Gardema, the National Youth Commission. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Salamat po.
Polling precincts have closed and election workers are canvassing the votes or counting the votes. Earlier, agencies confirmed receiving a number of complaints about election violations. Among these, vote buying. We now go to the Commission on Elections headquarters in Intramuros, Manila. Our Joyce Ilas is there. Joyce, what...
PIA, the Commission on Elections, reports that there are no failure of elections. The COMELEC also states that elections have been generally peaceful. But COMELEC, the Philippine National Police, and also the Interior Department admitted that they also received reports or complaints of irregularities throughout the day, mainly on vote buying. But PNP Chief Director General Oscar Albayalde says they are still validating these reports. The officials also reiterate that evidence is important for complaints or cases to be filed against these offenders. Now let's listen to their statements.
Kaya massive ang reports, no? Kasi one party will report the vote buying and then the other party will also report the vote buying, so that itong yung police natin, kaya we are really very careful dito sa mga reports na to. We need them to be validated without actually having leanings dun sa kasi baka magkakulay, no? So we expect this. Sabi ko nga, ano bang bago sa atin tuwing election? Di ba? Bago ba yung vote buying? It's not.
Well, sa vote buying kasi, it's a matter of evidence. So kung may ebidensya po yung ating mga kababayan, and I've been receiving calls also from them na meron daw silang video, ipadala po natin sa ating kapulisan, to the Philippine National Police, at meron din po ang DILG na Election Task Force. Ipadala po niyo sa amin para ma-actionan po namin ng tama, because we would need that evidences in order to be able to file cases against these people.
Now, aside from vote buying, COMELEC Commissioner Rowena Guanzon says that they also received reports of intimidation on some candidates to force them to withdraw from the race. Also, they received reports that in Bacolod City, children below the age of 10 distribute campaign materials inside the school premises, which is an election offense. She says the COMELEC will look into these complaints. Let's listen to her statement.
Threats are being used against candidates to withdraw. This is election violence of a subtle but obvious form that should be recorded and should be reported as election violence. So please report any forms of election violence today and up to tomorrow.
Now, acting COMELEC Chairman Al Pareño says they will be suspending the proclamation of around 1,000 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan candidates if they win. Pareño says these include overaged SK candidates and barangay candidates who are not registered in the barangay where they ran. Now, the police had to step in and perform the role of election supervisors because of the lack of volunteer teachers and security concerns in some areas. Albayalde says 1,100 policemen became a board of election inspectors today. Now, Albayalde says there were fewer election-related deaths this year compared with the tally in 2013 when the last barangay elections were held. In 2013, there were 33 deaths as compared to this year. So far, 13 confirmed election-related deaths have been reported. Pia.
Joyce, we've been monitoring, hearing complaints about vote buying every election time. What is COMELEC doing about this?
Pia, the Commission on Elections said that they are processing these complaints, but they also admitted that it usually takes them a long time to process these complaints. Among the reasons why it's taking them a long time is because of their lack of personnel, particularly the shortage of lawyers in their law department. They also said that sometimes witnesses back out from the investigation due to the long time it takes to hear the case. They refuse to cooperate over time. And now the COMELEC said that they are addressing this situation already. They are planning to hire more lawyers to address the concerns, the complaints that are being filed now. But they also said that vote buying, aside from being an election offense, is also considered a criminal offense. Because of that, they can also, those with evidence to support their claims may also opt to file their complaints or their charges before the lower courts. Pia.
Joyce Ilas reporting live from the COMELEC. This is a special coverage of the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. We're taking a short break. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines. This is CNN Philippines special coverage of the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. Thank you for joining us. Let's do a little wrap first. The counting of the votes at the precinct level is now on. Now, after that happens, that's when the Barangay Board of Canvassers will be canvassing the election returns, or these returns that are coming from the precinct levels. Now, news from the regions. In Central Visayas, the poll body puts preventive measures as several candidates there are facing disqualification cases. Cebu-based journalist Dale Israel joins us on the phone for more. Dale, tell us what happened.
Yeah, the Commission on Elections in Manila has ordered to put on hold the proclamation of 9 candidates in Central Visayas in case they are declared winners. The 6 SK from Cebu and 3 barangay candidates from Bohol and Negros Oriental are facing disqualification cases. COMELEC Central Visayas Director Veronico Pitalcurin said these candidates can need to settle their cases before they are proclaimed. In a media briefing, the joint COMELEC PNP AFP task force said the conduct of the polls in Central Visayas was smooth. In Cebu, the PNP said that there were no deaths, despite the experience of the Anbantayan Mayor Vic Luot and his family who survived a shooting. Election officials are expecting up to 86% voter turnout in Cebu. The COMELEC is expecting election returns to begin arriving by 7 p.m. On reported vote buying, COMELEC said it needs a formal complaint from complainants and not concerned citizens only. The vote buying incidents were only reported on social media. Pia?
That was Cebu-based journalist Dale Israel reporting. Let's get an update on the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections in Bohol with journalist Dave Alvarado. Dave, what is the latest?
Pia, despite the reports of vote buying, the conduct of the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections here in Bohol is generally peaceful. Provincial Police Director Angeles Senyorga confirms receiving reports of vote buying in some areas, including the province's capital city of Tagbilaran. Senyorga said they are conducting investigation over the reports. The elections also went on smoothly despite the identification of 33 barangays in 15 towns and placing them under the election watch list areas. Pia?
That was Bohol-based journalist Dave Alvarado reporting. Overcrowding is common during elections in areas with a big voting population. At the Rosauro Almario Elementary School in the densely populated district of Tondo, Manila, over 50,000 voters were expected to cast their votes. Many had difficulty finding their precincts. Some fainted because of the extreme heat. Add to that the tension between poll workers and frustrated voters. Our correspondent Makoy Popioco is still there. Makoy, what is the situation there like right now?
Pia, poll workers say the vote counting is on schedule, even with a big turnout of voters in this poll center in Tondo, Manila. Some of them have initially feared of possible delays due to a number of incidents. From noontime until polls closed at 3 in the afternoon, the temperature reached 36 degrees Celsius. Add that to body heat as the corridors were crowded and poorly ventilated. Humidity was high. 4 voters fainted and were attended to by medics on standby. With elevated temperatures, so goes the frustration of some voters. 67-year-old person with disability Renato Bagalay cried in frustration. He's been waiting since 8 in the morning at the designated poll precinct for senior citizens and PWDs.
Kanina pa ako eh. Ngayon, hindi ko na po kaya eh. Kanina ang daming tao rito. Ngayon kami na pag-iwanan eh. Paano po yan?
Sa akin lang po, malakas pa ako. Kahit 60 na ako, malakas pa ako. Eh sa kanya po hindi siya makakaakyat eh. Ngayon, pumunta po ako sa presinto namin. Ayaw po bumaba yung teacher. Nandun na naman po lahat yung pangalan namin. Nakuha ko na, binigay ko sa kanya. Wala daw po silang karapatan bumaba.
Pasensya na po tayo ha. Kami nagkaintindihan kanina sa sobrang dami ng tao. Pasensya na po.
Almost 5 hours when the poll worker in charge of their precinct finally arrived to talk to the couple, tension escalated. Pia, that was supposedly a soundbite. Anyway, election supervisors are still counting votes inside the classroom. Trash and the campaign materials litter the school premises. Now, authorities appeal to the voters to help in the cleanup. Pia.
Well, McCoy, the Rosauro Almario Elementary School on the PNP watch list. How was security like there?
Well, Pia, we've seen at least 20 policemen patrol the vicinity of this poll center all throughout the day. And they say they have helped attend to some of those who fainted and others who needed assistance. But other than that, the police representative says the elections have been generally peaceful. Poll supervisor Principal Romeo Fernandez says the voting process has been seamless. And he says the voting results will be out by 8 tonight. Pia.
McCoy Popioco there reporting from Manila. You're watching CNN Philippines breaking news coverage of the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections this May 14, 2018. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is CNN Philippines special coverage of the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. As millions of Filipinos troop to voting centers, a number of them face challenges in Manila. But our Rex Remigio tells us there is no stopping voters pushing for a better barangay.
Ahead of the polling center's opening at the Rosauro Almario Elementary School in Tondo, Manila at 7 in the morning, people trooped to the polls early, causing long lines in voting centers. They want to avoid long queues in Manila's biggest polling center. More than 50,000 people from 17 barangays are registered here. Officials expected a 90% voter turnout.
As you can see, it's really hard to move around inside the polling center. This is the situation here the entire day. Tens of thousands of voters come in droves, and they only have to fit in just about 100 classrooms.
This could be the reason why 48-year-old Juanita Postrana fainted while lining up outside a classroom. She was rushed to a nearby hospital in a police patrol vehicle. Some children also got lost as their parents voted.
Nagano siya na iyak, lakad ng lakad sa third floor. Sabi naman kasama ko, baba mo na para, hindi ko naman alam eh.
And of course, the perennial problems, including voters having difficulty finding their names on the voters list. Among them, 18-year-old Beverly Bagtas, who is excited as a first-time voter.
Ngayon, nagtanong kami dun sa stage. Sabi dun daw namin matitrace ko anong siya. Wala naman, hindi daw updated yung list nila. Wala siya.
Some senior citizen voters also got mad as they waited for an hour without a poll supervisor attending to them.
Katulad ko, kanina pa ako, nahihilo na ako. Hanggang ngayon, wala pa rin. Uwi na ako dahil nahihilo na ako eh.
School Principal Romeo Fernandez meanwhile says they will make sure all voters would be attended to. It's taking time though because they lack volunteer teachers.
Siguro ang suggestion ko lang sa susunod na election na mag-assign din tayo talaga ng electoral boards para lang doon sa mga senior citizens at saka PWDs.
Despite the challenges, some voters patiently face them just to exercise their right to vote. One of them is 30-year-old Jennifer Canlobo, who tags along her two children as she voted.
Kailangan ipakita mo talaga na may pagbabago, nakikisama ka sa pagboto ng sa bawat barangay namin. Kumbaga malalapitan mo yung katulad na merong libreng gamot.
26-year-old call center agent Riza Soco meanwhile believes she has to fulfill her obligation to the country.
Actually, galing akong trabaho, so it's very hassle for me kasi may lagnat din ako pero tinis ko kasi one vote count. So, may vote count talaga.
Others share this sentiment.
Yung efficient at effective na project.
Gusto ko pong magkaroon po ng kapayapaan ng bansa sa pamunuan.
They're also hoping that the new barangay and SK officials will make it worth their sacrifice in the voting process by serving the public well. Rex Remigio, CNN Philippines.
Let's talk about security and peace and order today. From the opening of polling centers up to this time when votes are being counted on the phone, the Chief of the Philippine National Police, Director General Oscar Albayade. Good evening, sir. Thank you for joining us here.
Yes, Pia, good evening.
Sir, what can you tell us the very latest? Not too many violent incidents. However, there's quite a bit. For example, in the ARMM, the Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, 11 incidents.
Yes, Pia, the election actually went on general peaceful. It was general peaceful nationwide. There were some reports of shooting incidents today. There were 4, one in Lanao, and one in Misamis Oriental, one in Cebu, and one in Albay. But nobody was hurt on these incidents.
Right, so, sir, we could say that there's less violence this time around, but there still are some incidents that show that barangay, kumbaga barangay elections lang ito, pero people are willing to shoot each other, to even try to kill each other.
Yes, Pia, that's we do not understand. But basically, barangay elections kasi they're really quite personal, and there's emotions talaga dyan. And of course, there is this affiliation, personal affiliation, kamag-anak system, then kaibigan. So really, these barangay and SK elections are really quite personal, kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng mga election-related violent incidents.
Earlier in the day, sir, you appealed to people who are complaining, halimbawa, about vote buying, no, na wag lang kayo magreklamo sa social media, kumbaga i-upload ang video or yung mga pictures, no, ng halimbawa mga pera, tapos yung kalakip yung sample ballot halimbawa. Ang sinasabi po ninyo, magsampa kayo ng kaso.
Yes, Pia, that's very important, no? Because when you say of vote buying, kailangan merong binigyan na tao, there's complainant at merong nagbigay at merong nagpapabigay, no? So, and just like what the COMELEC have said, kailangan kung pwedeng kunan niya ng video, then they get the video, they get evidence, and then they can show it to the COMELEC. And then, in fact, the COMELEC can actually file administrative charges. They can sanction these candidates also.
Sir, I presume, of course, policemen still standing guard over the counting that is happening at the polling precincts.
Yes, we still have policemen because we all know that it is during counting that's the critical period actually, because sometimes the supporters, no, they get emotional at nagkakainitan. That's the time na talagang nag-aaway sila because of this counting.
Mm-hmm. So for now, sir, habang while the counting is going on, wala pa kayong reports, wala pang pumapasok sa monitoring center po ninyo sa Krame?
Yes, wala pa. Although all of the polling centers now are closed, at ongoing pa yung mga counting, and we have not received any violent incidents in any of the polling centers nationwide.
All right, so what else can you share with us right now, sir? Is there any information we need to know, any announcements you need to make?
So this time, wala naman. As I've said earlier, everything went well and everything was peaceful. And of course, may mga konting complaints yung ating mga kababayan, but it was addressed. At nakita natin during this election, talagang yung perennial problem natin actually is reports of vote buying.
All right. Chief PNP Director General Oscar Abayade, sir, thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you very much. Good evening to you.
Polling precincts in Quezon City were generally peaceful, or the voting in polling precincts were generally peaceful throughout the day, but some candidates and food vendors were caught violating election rules. These and more scenarios around Quezon and Caloocan cities in this report by our senior correspondent, Cecil Ardizabal.
These campaign posters are just a few feet away from the polling center in Barangay St. Peter in Quezon City, seemingly in defiance of election rules. But supporters of a candidate are not letting this possible violation pass by.
Nagpunta mo ako sa loob ng principal at nagreklamo na po ako, ma'am. Sinabi ko na po. Sinabi naman ng principal na bawal po.
The offended group, though, is not totally blameless as they are in the same boat.
Lahat naman meron Di ba?
In Barangay Bahay Toro, this text blast campaign for a candidate. And the text is apparently from 117, or the supposed emergency number of the National Telecommunications Commission.
Sana lang po lumaban ng patas. Wag nang gamitin yung iba pang yung gobyerno para lang makapangampanya.
Both sides deny their alleged involvement in the text message. Food stalls are commonplace in some polling precincts in Quezon City, but the law bans booths or stalls within a 30-meter radius of any polling place. It's generally peaceful in the areas of immediate concern, Barangay Santo Domingo, Valencia, Nayong Kanluran, and Pasong Putik. In Santo Domingo, residents are now more vigilant after experiencing violence, including shooting in the past. Security cameras are in place and police are on regular patrol. In Nayong Kanluran, it took some time before senior citizens cast their votes. Authorities asked them to just wait for their ballots at the ground floor instead of going up and down from their polling precinct at a higher floor. But teachers couldn't attend to them at first because of the influx of voters.
Sa aakyat baba po ang sistema ng teacher. So waiting pa rin ang senior, ang PWD.
In Barangay Valencia, voters had to contend with a tent along the road as the barangay hall could no longer accommodate the number of voters.
Ito pong Barangay Valencia ay barangay na walang pinakamalapit na simbahan, pinakamalapit na eskwelahan, tsaka po covered court.
Meanwhile, in neighboring Caloocan City, some voters could not find their names in the polling center, such as the case of 59-year-old Jessica Malyari, who has difficulty walking.
Taon-taon doon ako bumuboto sa second floor, nandoon ang pangalan ko. Ngayon wala na. Ngayon sabi nila punta daw ako sa Kalayaan at saka sa phase 3. Ayoko na pumunta, masakit ang tuhod ko, hirap ako lumakad.
She just opted to go home. Cecil Ardizabal, CNN Philippines.
The Commission on Elections is looking at reinstating its online precinct finder for the midterm elections next year. Missing names from the voters list was a common problem in many polling stations. COMELEC took down its precinct finder over security concerns. Well, earlier, I spoke with COMELEC spokesman James Jimenez. He's also urging the public to report to authorities and formally file a complaint against politicians over vote buying instead of just posting pictures about them on social media.
One of the things that we're looking at really is reinstating the online precinct finder. That's the thing that the lack of which we have actually really felt this time around. We've had to take down the online precinct finder because of security concerns, and we've had to rely on the call center to provide information about precinct assignments. While that has worked very well, the sad thing is a lot of people really do prefer the precinct finder to having to call any phone number, right? So I think with the longer lead up to the national elections in 2019, then perhaps having the online precinct finder being available might work. The other thing that we can do is really perhaps just try to get the public even more aware of the fact that a lot of times the reason they're not on the list is because they missed 2 consecutive elections prior to this one. Many of the people have complained are actually turning out to have been deactivated. There are a lot of reports, there are a lot of complaints about vote buying, but only very few have actually been verified. How do we get to the point of verification? The only time we can get to verification is if we have something actionable to move forward with. Again, posting pictures online, while they are helpful in the sense that it gives us a sense of how large the problem is, as far as getting anything done to actually resolve the problem, they're not all that helpful. That's why we've been asking people, if you see vote buying, or if you think you know that a vote buying operation is underway, please report it to the authorities. Tell people in your community who will be able to help you to process this properly so that you're not just putting out pictures online, you're actually getting something done.
This is CNN Philippines special coverage of the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. Welcome back to the biggest story of the day, the vote count for the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan polls underway. Joining us live from the COMELEC headquarters in Manila, Interior Undersecretary Martin Dino. Good evening, sir. Welcome to Newsnight.
Good evening, Pia. Remember, sa'yo ni-reveal ni Presidente na tatakbo siya.
That's right, sir.
I still remember that day.
Yes, was that October 2015. You were with us on set. Anyway, Yusek.
Okay.
Yes, Yusek Dino. I hope you can hear me now. Yeah, that's right. That was on news.ph. Well, sir, can we talk about today's Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections? Can you give us we've been talking to the COMELEC, to the PNP, to different agencies already about an assessment. But what does it look like to you?
Actually, Pia, naging peaceful and yun namang conduct ng election sa barangay ngayon ay talagang naging tahimik. At kaya lang, talagang ang dami na report when it comes to vote buying at ito nga yung naging malaking issue ngayon. Dahil dati naman meron yan, kaya lang naging very active ang ating mga botante na mag-report. Kaya nga dito, walang tigil ang pagre-report sa atin. Most especially, yun na nga yung pakikialam ng mga local government official like the mayor and the governor and even congressman. Kaya nga may mga report tayo ngayon na bine-verify. Bine-verify po natin mabuti yung involvement nila dito sa nangyari sa barangay election. Kasi nga meron tayong omnibus election code na kung saan dapat doon ay hindi makialam ang mga local government official natin and even the congressman. Pabayaan natin ang ating mga constituent ang mamili kung sinong gusto nila ng mga barangay official at saka SK official. So ngayon, ito po ang ginagawa natin na kung saan na talagang rigid yung ginagawa natin na pag-gather ng evidence with regards to this problem ng vote buying.
Undersecretary Dino, can you be specific about the areas where specifically are congressmen, governors, and or mayors interfering in the barangay elections?
Actually, all over the country, ang report natin magmula sa norte, tapos meron tayong mga reports galing Mindanao, meron tayong reports Metro Manila, may reports tayo sa Visayas, at ito nga, kaya nga bine-verify namin ang gusto ngayon para if ever na magpapile tayo ng appropriate case na pagka nagkaroon talaga ng intimidation. No, yun ang ating kasi siyempre yung monetary support nila din sa mga candidates. No? Kaya dito tayo nagko-concentrate ngayon ng gusto at again, pati yung flight ng mga flying voters para wag na maulit ito at desidido naman ang ating COMELEC na talagang we will do something about it ngayon.
Sir, when you say nakikialam yung mga politicians, so itong mga governors, mayors, congressmen, you mentioned one, for example, intimidation. How else are they interfering?
Kasi ang nangyari dyan, doon pa lang sa filing ng candidacy, meron ng mga pinatawag, pinatawag sila ng mayor, governor, congressman. There are some areas talaga na talagang identify, most especially in Batangas. Alam naman natin na pinailanan ng case yung congressman doon. At dito din sa Metro Manila, kaya lang ngayon, sabi ko nga, ang ginawa dito, una, pinaimbita, pagkatapos pinakausapan na wag nang tumakbo, yun na lang mga candidate nila. Pangalawa, nag-offer ng monetary consideration. At pangatlo, ayun na yung meron ng harassment. So, ito yung ating binabantayan ngayon.
Okay, so ang binabantayan nyo ngayon, sir, you are verifying reports of governors, congressmen, mayors who are interfering in the barangay elections, which is a violation of the election laws.
Correct, Kuya. At siyempre, sabi nga natin, ang eleksyon ng barangay is a political. Kaya nga hinihiling natin noon pa, napabayaan natin ang ating mga constituents sa barangay na silang pipili kung sinong gusto nilang kandidato. And definitely, yung mga namimili ng boto ng mga kandidato ngayon, babawi ito At siyempre, andyan ang illegal drugs, lahat ng mga illegal sa loob ng barangay. And of course, yung funds ng barangay. Kasi kung talagang, di ba, ang DILG, naglabas kami ng mungkahi, ito nga yung matino, maasahan, mahusay, at may malasakit, and of course, may tapang. Kaya lang yun na nga, kung talagang matino sila, hindi sila mag-violate dito sa mga tinatadhana ng batas ng COMELEC. At ngayon, actually, si OIC Alpareño ay meron pong mga nakalista ngayon na pag nanalo to ay hindi i-declare kasi meron pong mga pinail na reklamo laban sa kanila.
All right. Yusek Dino, can you also tell us about itong halimbawa vote buying, other complaints that have come in? Because kanina nakausap namin halimbawa si James Jimenez ng COMELEC spokesman, nakausap din namin si Chief PNP Director General Oscar Abayalde, and other people, and everybody's saying the same thing, no? Yung mga tao hindi lang dapat sa social media lang mag-upload ng pictures or video of their complaints, no? Bukod pa doon, although it is a good thing, bukod pa doon, kailangan magsampa sila ng formal na reklamo.
Correct. Kailangan natin ng affidavit. No? At lalo-lalo na, importante kamukha nung ating mga video na ebidensya to, tapos may mga pictures, no? At ito, ang kasama nito, siyempre, meron tayong complaint affidavit na ibibigay natin sa COMELEC. Kaya nga, tayo din magki-case build-up dito ngayon.
Is there anything else we need to know, sir? Ano pang mga reports ang pumapasok dyan ngayon sa COMELEC headquarters, sa command center?
Ayun na nga, ngayon, naka-monitor tayo sa counting na no? Na sana wag na rin magkaroon ng kaguluhan dito dahil almost finished na tayo dito, almost tapos na. No, ngayon ang tinitignan ng DILG naman pagkatapos na manalo nitong mga barangay captain, kagawad, SKA, ang kasunod niyan seminar. Pag-aaralin natin sila lalong-lalo na yung accountability nila sa barangay, tapos kung ano yung magiging trabaho nila, kamukha nung fight against illegal drugs, fight against criminality, fight against corruption, tapos yung ating pati yung garbage collection, tapos yung garbage sa estero, sa ilog. Yan ang mga trabaho na gagawin ng barangay captain. Kamukha niyan, pati yung pag-i-issue ng pag-i-issue ng mga permits ng barangay clearance. Dito nakatutok dapat ang barangay. Kamukha nang nangyari sa Boracay, dapat tinitignan nila pag nag-issue sila yung mga Poso Negro at saka yung mga sewerage system at treatment plant ng mga kumpanya. Kailangan maging business friendly ang mga barangay. At dito, siyempre, monitor din namin yung mga barangay captain na talagang ginagamit yung pwesto nila para sa sariling kapakanan o yung lahat ng mga illegal activities nila. And definitely, we will file a case against them.
All right. Any final words, sir?
Again, Pia?
Final words?
Final words, siyempre, congratulations sa mga nanalo. And definitely, marami kayong trabahong gagawin at imomonitor ito ng DILG. We will make sure na lahat ng barangay ay magiging functional. Magmula sa badak, magmula sa garbage collection, sa ating campaign dito sa traffic, campaign sa mga pangkalikasan natin, health and sanitation. And sa ating mga mamamayan, congratulations at pagpatuloy natin ang pagiging vigilant, monitor natin ang mga ginagawa nitong mga bagong halal na mga barangay official at siguraduhin natin yung kanilang ipinangako ay gagawin nila. Nakatutok din dito ang DILG para siguraduhin natin magtatrabaho talaga sila ngayon.
Dahil importante, sir, yung barangay, ito po yung front line, kumbaga, no, ng gobyerno. Sir, yung badak, ano nga pa ulit yung badak?
Barangay Anti-Drug Abuse Council, dahil ito lang ang ating magiging panangga dito sa mga drug pusher sa ating barangay. Dito kasi ay nire-report ng ating mga kabarangayan based on Dangerous Drug Board Resolution, mandatory ang lahat ng barangay sa buong Pilipinas na i-report kung sino ang mga barangay, ang mga drug personality sa kanya-kanyang barangay at saka siyempre yung mga drug dependent.
All right. Interior Undersecretary Martin Dino, thank you, sir, for talking to us about the importance of the barangays as the frontline government representatives. Meantime, former Manila Mayor Alfredo Lim will challenge the incumbent Joseph Erap Estrada in the 2019 elections. Lim confirmed this to CNN Philippines when he voted in the barangay elections at the Rosauro Almario Elementary School in Tondo, Manila. Lim lost to Estrada in the last two elections. In 2016, Lim lost by only 3,000 votes.
Next year,
Ay, tatakbo ko sa next year.
The rivals have a long history of facing off at the polls beginning at the 1998 presidential elections. Estrada won the presidency by a landslide margin, while Lim only placed fifth. Meanwhile, the City of Manila Media Information Officer Bambi Purisima confirmed to CNN Philippines that Estrada will seek re-election next year. Both Lim and Estrada, however, refused to comment about each other or reveal their platforms. On to stories in the region. An incumbent barangay chairman in Misamis Oriental turns himself into the police. He was accused of involvement in a supposed politically motivated killing. Cagayan de Oro-based journalist Alwin Saliding joins us on the line. Alwin, give us more details.
Pia, just an hour before the polling centers opened this morning, Malanang Barangay Chairman Sino Dragon surrendered to police in Opol Town in Misamis Oriental to clear his name. Witnesses implicated Dragon to the killing of the spouse of his political rival Sunday night. Killed in the ambush was Eliezer Zafra, husband of Nilda Zafra, who is running against Dragon in the barangay elections. Opol Town Police considered the incident an election-related violence with political rivalry as motive. Pia.
Alvin Saliding, thank you for that report. Meanwhile, in Batangas, city vote buying causes a commotion in a polling center. Batangas-based journalist Ron Lozano has details. He joins us on the phone. Ron, go ahead.
The vote buying causes a commotion in Batangas City. Proceed. The affected party barangay chairman Emma Abacan of Poblacion Barangay 24 filed a complaint before a Batangas police station. Abacan accused two residents of soliciting votes in exchange for 400 pesos. Abacan supporters accosted the suspect in the act of vote buying, but the suspect fought back, resulting in the commotion. The suspects, who were identified, pled, but they will be charged with violating the law. Pia.
Ron Lozano there reporting from Batangas. Polling precincts have closed and election workers are now counting the votes. We now go to the Commission on Elections headquarters in Intramuros, Manila. Our Joyce Ilas is there. Joyce, what is COMELEC's assessment of today's elections?
Pia, the Commission on Election reports that there are no failure of elections. The COMELEC also says that elections have been generally peaceful so far. The COMELEC, the Philippine National Police, and the DILG, however, admitted that they did receive a number of complaints on irregularities, particularly on vote buying throughout the day. But PNP Chief Director General Oscar Albayalde said that they are still verifying these reports. Now, officials also reiterate that evidence is important for complaints or cases to be filed against offenders. Now, Acting COMELEC Chairman Al Pareño says they will be suspending the proclamation of around 1,000 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan candidates if they win. Pareño says these include overaged SK candidates and barangay candidates who are not registered in the barangay where they ran. Now, the police also had to step in and perform the role of election supervisors because of lack of volunteer teachers and security concerns in some areas. Albayalde says 1,100 policemen became Board of Election Inspectors today. Albayalde says there were fewer election-related deaths this year as compared with the tally in 2013, the last year when barangay elections were conducted. In 2013, there were 33 reported election-related deaths as compared to today, or as compared to this year when there are only 13 reported or confirmed election-related deaths. Pia.
Joyce Ilas reporting from the COMELEC Command Center in Manila. The Commission on Elections looking at reinstating its online precinct finder for the midterm elections next year. Missing names in the voters list was a common problem in many polling stations. The COMELEC took down its precinct finder over security concerns, specifically a massive data leak. Earlier, I spoke with COMELEC spokesman James Jimenez. He's also urging the public to report to authorities and file formal complaints against politicians for vote buying instead of just posting pictures about them on social media.
Now, one of the things that we're looking at really is reinstating the online precinct finder. That's the thing that the lack of which we have actually really felt this time around. We've had to take down the online precinct finder because of security concerns, and we've had to rely on the call center to provide information about precinct assignments. Well, that has worked very well. The sad thing is a lot of people really do prefer the precinct finder to having to call any phone number, right? So I think with the longer lead up to the national elections in 2019, then perhaps having the online precinct finder being available might work. The other thing that we can do is really perhaps just try to get the public even more aware of the fact that a lot of times the reason they're not on the list is because they missed 2 consecutive elections prior to this one. Many of the people have complained are actually turning out to have been deactivated. There are a lot of reports, there are a lot of complaints about vote buying, but only very few have actually been verified. How do we get to the point of verification? The only time we can get to verification is if we have something actionable to move forward with. Again, posting pictures online, while they are helpful in the sense that it gives us a sense of how large the problem is, as far as getting anything done to actually resolve the problem, they're not all that helpful. That's why we've been asking people, if you see vote buying, or if you think you know that a vote buying operation is underway, please report it to the authorities. Tell people in your community who will be able to help you to process this properly, so that you're not just putting out pictures online, you're actually getting something done.
President Duterte was a no-show in his polling center in Davao City. This is Mr. Duterte's first barangay and SK election since assuming office in 2016. Our George Cahiles reports.
President Duterte has skipped casting his vote in this year's barangay elections. And we waited until the closing of the polling centers here in Daniel R. Aguinaldo High School in Matina, Davao City, but the president did not show up.
If he is inside, then we will allow him, but he is not around. So we will close. So we have to follow the rules, no? Okay, that is the law. Yes, of course. Yes, no.
Dozens of supporters of the president waited for him, saying that Mr. Duterte never missed casting his votes in the past years. Since the president did not show up, they are somewhat dismayed, but they're just thinking that the president was attending to a more important matter.
Siyempre, nalungkot. Kasi expected namin na magpunta siya dito mag-vote.
Ano sanang gusto niyong gawin kung nakita niyo si Pangulo?
Siyempre, mag-selfie-selfie. Yes. At saka, gusto talaga namin makita siya.
Hindi siya dumating, pero hintayin ko pa rin hanggang 7 o'clock.
Bakit naman, ma'am?
Basta gusto ko lang makita ang president.
Okay lang din.
Bakit?
Maramdaman ko rin na may importante siyang din.
This morning, Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte said the president will cast his vote, but she is not just sure about the exact time. Special Assistant to the President Secretary Bongo also cast his vote in Buhangin Central Elementary School, also here in Davao City early today. What we know so far is that the president spent his weekend here in Davao City, and he has a scheduled activity in Manila tonight. So far, the elections went smoothly here in Davao City, despite reported possible election-related violence in 2 barangays over the weekend. Authorities continue to monitor the situation here to ensure the peaceful and orderly declaration of winners. From Davao City, George Cahiles, CNN Philippines.
The people have spoken in choosing their respective barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan leaders. Let's take a look at the stories they shared online. This Facebook user says elections were peaceful in the district of La Paz in Iloilo City, but others were disappointed with the trash accumulated by campaign flyers. This Twitter user suggests, quote, dapat ipunin yun et tapos ibawas sa boto kung kaninong flyers yon, unquote. Another says he was glad that no sample ballots were given at his place. He adds people should be made aware that the barangay and SK elections are just as important. Finally, Twitter user Ezra May Garcia says she voted at the last minute, but she's hopeful that her vote will somehow make a change. This has been a special coverage of the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines for more stories. I'm Pia Ontiveros.
on CNN Philippines tonight. The Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections are over, but they don't go down without incident. Good evening, I'm Cherry Mercado. Votes have been cast and counting is on. By tonight, most results of the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections are already known. Here are quick numbers. There are 57 million registered voters, but the Commission on Elections has yet to say the actual turnout today. Over 1 million candidates vied for more than 600,000 positions in 42,000 barangays. Police and election officials so far say voting has been generally peaceful, with no major untoward incident reported. Let's first head to the Commission on Elections Command Center in Intramuros, Manila. Our correspondent Joyce Ilas is still there. Joyce?
That elections have been generally peaceful and successful this year. No failure. There has been no failure of elections declared so far, although the PNP reports that there are about 7 confirmed election-related incidents reported so far. But despite this, the PNP still said that the conduct of elections has been generally peaceful. Now, the Commission on Elections says that all precincts are now done with voting or have already closed except for one barangay in northern Samar. Now, Acting Chairman Al Pareño refused to give further details. He said that they are still waiting for further reports from the election officers in the area. Now, the Armed Forces of the Philippines also said that no major untoward incident has transpired that could have disrupted the casting of ballots today. Although earlier there were 2 explosions reported in Maguindanao, but the AFP said that did not stop the conduct of elections in the area. Now, the DILG also said that it received reports of vote buying from different parts of the country. He also DILG Undersecretary Martin Dean also said that he received reports of intervention by mayors, congressmen, and governors who are forcing barangay candidates to withdraw their candidacy from the race. But they are still verifying these reports. They have one verified report, though, from Batangas, of a congressman who summoned barangay election candidate and asked him to withdraw from the race. Now, Bino said that these complaints will be verified, and if there is enough basis to file a complaint, they would do so before the Commission on Elections. Now, Pareño, the acting chairman of COMELEC, also clarified that they will be suspending the proclamation of 639 SK and barangay election candidates if they win the election. So Pareño earlier said they will be suspending around 1,000 candidates, but he clarified that, saying the new number is just 639. Now, Pareño said that the SK candidates are overaged, while the other barangay candidates are not registered voters of the barangay where they ran. Cherry.
So, Joyce, the briefing is still ongoing right now at the COMELEC there in the headquarters. So, any news on when we're expecting the winners to be proclaimed?
Yes, according to COMELEC acting chairman, they are expecting the winners to be announced right after the counting of votes. So once the precincts closed, the counting would ensue, and then after that, once the counting is done, they can already proclaim the winners. Pareño said that winners have been proclaimed in some barangays already, but he couldn't say, couldn't give us a rate or the number of barangays where winners have been proclaimed already. Cherry.
Joyce Ilas reporting from the COMELEC Command Center. President Duterte was a no-show in his polling center in Davao City. This is Mr. Duterte's first barangay and SK election since assuming office in 2016. Our George Cahilas reports.
President Duterte has kept casting his vote in this year's barangay elections. And we waited until the closing of the polling centers here in Daniel R. Aguinaldo High School in Matina, Davao City, but the president did not show up.
If he is inside, then we will allow him, but he is not around. So we will close. So we have to follow the rules, no? Okay, that is the law. Yes, of course. Yes, no.
Dozens of supporters of the president waited for him, saying that Mr. Duterte never missed casting his votes in the past years. Since the president did not show up, they are somewhat dismayed, but they're just thinking that the president was attending to a more important matter.
Siyempre, nalungkot. Kasi expected namin na magpunta siya dito mag-vote.
Ano sanang gusto niyong gawin kung nakita niyo si Pangulo?
Siyempre, mag-selfie-selfie, yes. At saka, gusto talaga namin makita siya.
Hindi siya dumating, pero hintayin ko pa rin hanggang 7 o'clock.
Bakit naman, ma'am?
Basta gusto ko lang makita ang president.
Okay lang din.
Bakit?
Maramdaman ko rin na may importante siyang din.
This morning, Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte said the president will cast his vote, but she is not just sure about the exact time. Special Assistant to the President, Secretary Bongo, also cast his vote in Buhangin Central Elementary School, also here in Davao City early today. What we know so far is that the president spent his weekend here in Davao City, and he has a scheduled activity in Manila tonight. So far, the elections went smoothly here in Davao City, despite reported possible election-related violence in 2 barangays over the weekend. Authorities continue to monitor the situation here to ensure the peaceful and orderly declaration of winners. From Davao City, George Cahiles, CNN Philippines.
We reached out to Malacanang for comment. In a phone interview, Special Assistant to the President, Bongo, said he does not want to talk about the issue. Presidential spokesperson Harry Roque, meanwhile, also refused to issue a statement about the matter. President Duterte was scheduled to fly back to Manila from Davao City this afternoon and to lead the oath-taking of incoming Tourism Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat in Malacanang at 7 o'clock in the evening. The National Youth Commission weighs in on the president's absence at the polling center. In an interview with our chief correspondent Pia Ontiveros, NYC officer in charge Ronald Cardema said he is considering the president might have been tired from making sure elections are orderly.
Napapagod si Pangulo, and he was very busy in ensuring that this election would be better, clean, and secure, ma'am. And kami, from the National Youth Commission, pinatawag kami sa COMELEC with the AFP, PNP, DepEd, DOH. Mga 1 week na kami doon, ma'am. Talagang ang marching orders ng Office of the President is to make these elections, the first elections under the Duterte administration, clean and secure, ma'am.
Okay, so as far as you're concerned, that makes up for his not having shown up at the polling center.
Yes, ma'am.
Dahil, like you said, no, sinigurado niya,
yes,
tiniyak niya na magiging malinis itong halalan na ito.
Yes, ma'am. You know, other politicians talaga nagpapapicture lang sa pagboto para ma-share sa Facebook. Pero itong si Pangulo, talagang pinatawag kami ng pinatawag para lang siguraduhin na for the 50 million Filipinos, this election would be good, would be easy, and mas maayos, malinis, ma'am.
You're back in the newsroom on CNN Philippines. Former Manila Mayor Alfredo Lim will challenge the incumbent Joseph Erap Estrada in the 2019 elections. Lim confirmed this to CNN Philippines when he voted for the barangay elections at the Rosauro Almario Elementary School in Tondo, Manila this morning. Lim lost to Estrada in the last 2 elections. In 2016, Lim lost by only 3,000 votes.
Next year, ay tatakbo ko sa next year.
The rivals have a long history of facing off at the polls beginning at the 1998 presidential elections. Estrada won the presidency with a landslide margin, while Lim only placed 5th. Meanwhile, City of Manila Media Information Officer Bambi Purisima also confirmed to CNN Philippines that Estrada will seek re-election next year. Both Lim and Estrada, however, refused to comment about each other or reveal their platforms. Let's now check on the situation in one of the densely populated areas in Manila. Our Makoy Popioco joins us on the phone from Rosauro Almario Elementary School. Makoy, how's the mood there now?
Cherry, vote counting is still underway in more than 100 election precincts here at the Rosauro Almario Elementary School, the biggest poll center in Manila. As of 8:30, only 2 precincts have finished their count. But the stage in the school's covered court is now ready for the announcement of winners. COMELEC's Board of Canvassers will announce the voting results for all the 17 barangays under this poll center. People have also started leaving the school premises. What's left are piles of trash and campaign materials. COMELEC has barred candidates from distributing these campaign materials near the poll centers. But still, many have violated the ban. Now we're seeing some candidates with their families return to the poll centers. At least 20 policemen patrol the vicinity of the school. This poll center is under or is on the watch list of PNP due to its history of vote buying and violence. Now, the poll supervisor, Principal Romeo Fernandez, says they're expecting the results or the voting results in an hour. So we're also expecting more people return here at the polling center to witness the announcement. Cherry.
So everything peaceful there, McCoy?
Yes. Well, we talked to the police on duty here. The police representative says that, yes, they have helped attend to the 4 people who fainted earlier today and also to other people who needed assistance. But other than that, the elections have been generally peaceful.
Makoy Popioco reporting from Manila. And that's the newsroom for you this evening. I'm Cherry Mercado. Thank you for watching and good night.